Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. New member, Marcia Taylor. Thank you so much for that. Still a bargain at just $4.99. Marcia Taylor is the newest member of Royal Sussex. Thank you so much for that. And let's see, let me go back a little bit further and say hello. Let's see who was here first. April May. Thank you so much for being here, April May. Anna Espinoza, Sherry Ware, uh, Anti Troll Spray Ready. We should begin soon. Yes, we're here. We're here. Kathy Gabby, Connie Balmer. Hey, Connie Balmer. Georgia Walker, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Thank you and happy Friday. Thank you for spending some time with us. Greatly appreciate it. Hi, Lydia. Hey, um, oh boy, messy is as messy does. But anyway, hey, Anna Espinoza. Let me see here. Um, Wellbeing Rose AT. Hi. uh, Brigitte. Jean Cross. Hello. Oh, let me see here. Okay, I won't be able to respond to that. As a matter of fact, let me turn my ringer off. All right. So I anyway, hi everybody. Anastasia, Isabella, um, Sonia Johnson, Kenitha Ash. Hello, hello. Uh Official Lauren Brown, you posted earlier today. I'll have to make sure I put that in the whatchamacallit. Let me see. Carmen Carmen Bennett, hi. Oh man. Okay, so hello one and all. I'm not going to go through as many names today. Let's just get started. Oh, might help if I get my slides up here. Um all right. Hi Sherry Ware, Mackenzie. Uh all right. Um so let the shade flow. Oh, do that one there. All right, but that's from yesterday. 1 second, you guys. Here we go. There's today's slide. All right, very good. Thank you so much for your patience. Now, not just despair. Harry is not just despair. That is glaringly obvious to anybody who's actually paying attention. Hey, Maurice B. Harry has, well, you know what? Both of them, I have to say, both of them have exceeded expectations several times since they left that institution. And might I add, even as a part of the institution, Harry, his runaway success with the Invictus before he even married. And then, of course, when Megan gets there and the cookbook, I mean, the cookbook is just one thing out of several successes that she had in that short period of time. But even with that alone, being able to come up with the idea to start a cookbook and to raise money that literally feeds people rather than having a kitchen open a couple days a week, they're able to go up to 7 days a week easily. And I mean, it's just incredible the success, right? And so then let's get back over here to America. They sign on to these big deals, right? And so people thinking, oh, well, that's about that. They'll just have like a reality show and they'll do a podcast. Do a podcast Meghan knocks Joe Rogan off of his throne. And you know what? I'm just doing this off the top of my head. So inevitably, I'm going to miss a few things. But Harry with his better up, Meghan with the clever blend, um, Meghan's podcast winning the People's Choice Award. Together, they win the Presidential Award from NAACP. Meghan's book, Harry's book. I mean, it's just an exciting time to be a Sussex. Not to mention, we finally have heard the last of the price of their home, I hope, with its multiple bathrooms and stunning views of the Pacific Ocean and so on and so forth. What a great time to be a Sussex. So it's not even been that long. And the thing I love about the Sussexes, as I've said so many times, that whether they're working together or standing alone, meaning Harry may go somewhere, do his work, and come home. Meghan goes somewhere, she does her work, and comes home. And together or separate, they both command a room. They both demonstrate why I say it time and time again, the most influential royal couple in the world. They could do this together or they can branch off and go in different directions. And either way, it's not like in the old days with Diana and Charles, where people be like, "Oh crikey, we're on the wrong side of the street." Well, it's no wrong side of the street, whether you're on the left or right side, east or west. If you're with one Sussex or the other, nobody's disappointed. Okay, so I didn't get a chance to shake Meghan's hand, but I saw Harry, or I didn't get a chance to see Harry, but I saw Meghan. It's just that simple. They can work together, they work apart, and equally strong with or without each other, which is, I think, stunning, fantastic. Harry doesn't need Meghan to hold him up. So they tried to insinuate that with this idea. Oh, Harry, where is Meghan? Meghan a no-show. He doesn't need Meghan to be there. He's his own person. That's why they love and respect each other. They're their own persons, people, each other. They can do these things without having to look and do eye signals to each other. They don't need to do that. They know the work. They know people. Meghan, the notorious letter writer. I mean, she has cultivated all these relationships over the years. Harry even said it in the book that he was amazed at how she was able to, I mean, let's call it what it is. She was managing the office aside from all of the negative input that was coming from the Cambridge side of things. Meghan was leading the team. She was leading the team. They were both leading the team, co equals, leading the team, only to be undermined by the two haphazard Cambridges who rarely showed up. And if they did, it was only after yet another vacation. So no wonder they were jealous. No wonder they were jealous. Harry, the natural born leader, and Meghan, with all of her teamwork and leadership qualities, in an office full of these entitled little brats that weren't used to really taking any commands from anybody because they had, I mean, being one of those courtiers at Kensington Palace, oh my God, that's got to be an embarrassment of riches. All you do is sit around and wait for people to send gifts that you take home yourself, or you wait for Will and Kate to come around randomly and unexpectedly, which means almost never. And then here comes the power couple together in marriage that actually gave them some work to do. It's no wonder why in the book Harry said to his grandmother, that we don't have enough resources to be effective. And was it the wasp or the mosquito or the bumblebee, whoever the heck they were? Oh yes, we'll look into the matter, and then nothing happens. Then he repeats it again in front of his grandmother. Is that true? No, Your Majesty, that hasn't happened, but we'll look into the matter. And what happens? They jot down a few notes, go away, and as Harry said, I never heard from them again. They were undermining them. They did not want the Sussexes to be successful. They did not want the embarrassment of seeing that the chosen one, Willie, is once again outdone by his brother. And of course, Megan, who is the American actress who's used to having her way, according to Angela Latrine. She, well, she's just an American actress, and she's from Hollywood, and she's used to having her way. Um, oh my God. You know, I was thinking about that the other day, how nobody ever really gets a chance to say anything with Pierce Morgan or Camilla Tominey because they talk over people and they talk a lot. But Angela Levin, you could go to commercial and come back and she's still trying to get it out. Can we could take a commercial break? And after commercial, she's still trying to spit it out. Uh, oh, she makes me sick. Do you hear me? Sick. She just makes me sick. Uh, anyway, you guys, let's get moving here. I'm sorry. Let go back and take a look because I am okay. Let me make sure I said a proper thank you. So I think I've done this already, but I'm going to say it again. Lucy Highland, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex and for being a member. And Legs, okay, I think this is where I need to pick up. Legs says, does anyone see how insidious? Legs, how dare you start off this thing with a big word? You know, I almost didn't get that, but let me try it again. Does anyone see how insidious the Royal Rota are? They are saying that Harry and Meghan is the second most successful documentary. They are using Harry and Meghan to promote whatever this other one is. Pathetic. No one is fooled. I saw that, Legs, and I was just like, wait a minute. That was their most successful documentary on Netflix, right? And so then when I saw that second most, I didn't know what to make of it. I was absolutely insidious. I was insidious with rage, Legs. Um, Somebody look that up. What's the definition of that? But that's I really was. So thank you for the big word. Thank you for the comment, and also thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, I did see that, and I was confused by that. I'm like, wait a minute, when did that happen? Let me see. Let's. Oh, I'm sorry. What is that? Uh, D the Duke and Duchess of Sussex so much for okay, Duke and Duchess of Sussex does so much for so many. Baron, you will miss something. Oh well, yeah, absolutely. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, when I was rattling off those things, I'm just like, oh boy, I know I'm going to miss something, but But thank you so much for that. I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate that very much. Brigitte Jean Cross says, I'm so excited for Meghan and Harry. The best is still to come. Yes, yes. They have done so much in such a short period of time. It is so commendable for them uh, because of the amount of work that they've done, and to think that there are people in the royal rodents that have the nerves to say, well, when she realized how much work it was, she just wasn't interested. Are you serious? No, that's the other Duchess. That's certainly not Meghan. Meghan's not afraid of hard work. Oh God, these people. I mean, either she's up at 5 a.m. Throwing emails around, or she's laying in the bed until noon and trying to feel dreadful about the fact that she has work to do. I mean, make it make sense. Okay, let me go to the next slide. So, I was listening to Anne earlier, and someone mentioned a David and Goliath. So I went back to the slides and scrolled all the way to the top and threw my David in there. So, of course, knowing the story of David and Goliath, how the shepherd boy was willing to take on the giant that defeated every other foe, he even refused his armor that was offered. They offered him armor, and he said, no, I just need my sling. And he took his sling, and with that ruffled brow and very steely gaze, he took a measure of his target, of his foe, and he took him down with a rock right in between the eyes. That stone in between the eyes toppled the giant, and David was able to sever the head of that serpent and put it on full display to everyone so that people would be reminded that they had nothing else to fear. Don't worry about this giant. I took care of him. And there is our David with all of the names that he has. Let's see. Henry Charles Albert David, Mountbatten-Windsor, David versus Goliath. So that is a great metaphor, great story. And it also happens to remind me of our David, where he is standing firm, nerves of steel, taking a measure of his foe. And unlike the other David statues, as I mentioned before, there's so many images that were created over the years depicting the David and Goliath, but this is the only one that actually shows him contemplating the enemy. And I think that's what our Harry has been doing for quite some time. Our David has been contemplating. And so, a couple years after leaving that terrible family of his, he came to America, to California, of all places, the Golden State, the land of opportunity. And he's made some incredible triumphs possible by simply using the force of will, by using integrity, by working on himself, self reflection. And it doesn't hurt that he is, married to Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. All of those things came together, and it makes for a really great story. And that's why the book is such a phenomenal read. There are so many things that are missing from the story, which means that, there's just got to be another book, and that's all to it. So, and it is coming. So be patient, you guys. It is coming. Oh man. I hate to do this. Hold on, you guys. I need to put on this humidifier. Okay. I got the humidifier on. I turned it off because it was raining so much, but I think I need it now. Okay. I'm back. So let me take a look at a couple of your comments and then we'll move on. Hey, Lydia. Oh, man. Okay, so there it is. The Harry and Meghan detractors thought that Harry would flop financially like Edward. Edward did some nice documentaries on PBS, but they didn't bring any profit. I know. Okay, so he one of what was the name of that documentary? Was it King and Country or Queen and Country? I think it was Queen and Country or something like that. And then when those started to fail, when those weren't working out, then if I recall, Edwina actually broke the covenant, which said that the boys would be left alone while they were in school. Well, what happens? He shows up at, what was it, Eton, and all of a sudden he is breaking the rule that there would be no media following the boys around. But because he was starting to falter, because his production was beginning to fail, he had no other choice but to turn to his family. So he made documentaries about the country houses and stuff and the history. Then he made a documentary with those the the Wells's kids, and also, I believe there was that like variety show or impromptu theater thing that he did where he even managed to talk Princess Anne to get involved, which is weird because, it's something about Princess Anne that I don't uh, well, I'll say this. Princess Anne does not inspire much by way of humor and levity. You know what I mean? She looks more like she'll pull out some knuckle dusters and take out a truck driver more than she seems to have any comedic talents. And so, if you're trying to get Afro Annie to be part of some type of comedy act, God knows you're desperate. I mean, what's humorous about Anne? Well, let me see. Let's take a look. Right on. I mean, he tried to make he tried to make Princess Anne fun. That's when you know you're desperate. Anytime you have to try to pull a comedian out of Princess Anne, a little comic actress, then you know things are going south. But he tried it. It didn't work out too well. Uh, she was about as humorous as lancing a boil. Okay, that's how funny she was. But I mean, I shouldn't knock it that much. They were having a good time, and it was nice to see that side of Princess Anne. I mean, this is the woman who single handedly thwarted a kidnapping attempt. Uh, this is a woman who stared down an armed kidnapper, and you're trying to use her in some comedy variety act. I, when when the kidnappers told her to come with him, all she did was lean forward and gave him the look. And I think they said he turned into a pillar of salt or something. And that was the end of that incident, never to be seen or heard from again. So that's the, and that you want to be a part of your comedy troupe. Oh man, good luck with that one. But I'm sorry. I'm being silly. I can't help myself. It's just so funny though. I'm just like, why did it get that desperate for you? You know what I mean? But yeah. Well, you know what? You can't knock him for trying it. He had to do what he had to do. So anyway, let's move on. Okay. Uh ooh. Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. Let me get this going here, and I'll go to the next slide. Oh, one more. There we go. Time to talk about. Okay, yes, that was from Random House. They posted a post on Twitter where they were inviting people to talk about Spare. And actually, I need to try to find that again because I'm sure by now there's some amazing comments there. Okay. The it factor can't be faked. Not the scary clown. I mean charisma. You either have it or you don't, and it's a rare quality. Absolutely. Okay. Gwendolyn Daniels. Oh, that's for someone else. Okay, taking a quick look here. Diane Hawkins says because Meghan and Harry are both self assured, they work different sides of the street. If someone has a specific message for the other little girl who wanted to be an actress, yes, I remember that. I remember that. They make it happen. That was when Harry had brought the girl to Meghan, and I think Megan gave her a big embrace, or did she kiss? Was that the little girl? She kissed her hand, but I do remember that Harry had met a girl in the crowd, and when she said that, he was like, "Oh, well, why don't you come and meet her or whatever?" And then next you know, there she is standing right there with Megan. That must have been incredible. That had to have been an incredible moment. I mean, something like that. You just take that with you the rest of your life. And then someday we're going to find out that she has done some extraordinary things. By the time that little girl gets to college or graduates from college, she will probably have gone on to do some extraordinary things in her young life. Let me see. They didn't want to do anything extra and work the bare minimum. Yes, the Cambridges. Yeah, the Cambridges are constantly on vacation, always on vacation. They don't even, and you notice that they don't even mention when they're on vacations, but then all of a sudden, when it comes around Christmas time, you see they post a photo from where was it? They went to Morocco that one year and nobody even knew anything about it. Let me see. Anfu said this crumbling British monarchy is trying all sorts of vulgar things to get hero Harry to return so that Willy Wonka can continue with his entitled abuse of the spare freedom at last. And food. I don't know if you're on Twitter or not, but you know what? I will find the link and I will post it on the YouTube on the community tab. But I found that interview. Someone posted it. Recently posted the interview. I found well, actually, I found it on YouTube, but it was like the entire interview of both of them with their flight suits on when they were in helicopter training, and William was like talking over Harry, but the press actually really only wanted to hear from Harry, and William is kind of like, well, I know if he could do it, I could do it. I mean, you have to see it. It wasn't as awful as I remembered it. I had seen it before, but I don't think I had seen the entire clip of the two of them. But it's illuminating, especially. I think Harry made reference to it in the book. I do believe he did. And so, if you recall that part of the book where that was the only time that they had lived together as adults, I believe was when they were in the flight school. So, before I forget about it, let me do this because you know I will. I'm going to post it right now. You can hear me fooling with it. So, okay, let me do this first. But yeah, but Harry gave an awesome interview, and I could let you like listen to part of it, but I don't want to spoil it for you. So I will let you guys watch it on your own. It is a 9 minutes 44 seconds long, so I will let you watch it on your own. But believe me, it's going to bring a lot of things to mind so fast and so suddenly, um, that let me see, do this flight school. And at this time when they had the interview together, what's interesting is that Harry wasn't even flying the Apache yet. Well, you know what? I won't spoil it for you. Let me stop. I won't spoil it for you. I'm just going to label it flight school. I don't know what else to call it. So I'm just going to call it flight school. Um, and you'll see their photo on the link. So anyway, it's on the community tab. Watch it at your leisure. It's almost 10 minutes long and quite illuminating, but you can easily see that William is somewhat threatened by the charismatic, self-assured, but ever so humble Prince Harry. Oh, it's ITN archives. So yeah, it's a ITN video. And oh wow, people, it's only 46 comments there. You know what? I want to comment something. Okay. Thank you for posting this. Uh King. I'm sorry. Prince Harry is king. That's what I'm gonna put. And then just wait for the trolls to attack me. Prince Harry is the true king. Ah, all right. So that ought to get me a bunch of grief. But yeah. And let me do my little, there we go. Done. Yeah, it's this video has like 11,000 views. It was posted 8 hours ago, and there's only 46 comments. And I don't see any squatties that have commented, although I did post it on the Twitter, but I don't see any of the people from our usual chat there. So, but now there is Royal Sussex. Ha! All right, there we go. Let me get back to my show. Okay. All right. I love being petty. Thank you, Ann Food. Thank you for reminding me about that video. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Good God, it's been 35 minutes and I haven't even gotten to the fifth or what? I'm on the sixth slide now. What have I been talking about for 35 flipping minutes? Huh? What have I been talking about for 40 minutes already? Okay, I'm gonna have to pick up pace, you guys, because oh yeah, I am dragging it out. Let me see here. Oh yeah, when writing the story of your life, don't let anyone else hold the pen. Well, a very dear friend of mine I used to work with years ago. I'm talking about the 1990s. She used to always tell me, now I think she was old enough to be my mom. She used to always tell me, she'd say, Baron, huh? Don't give anybody a stick to hit you in your head with. Okay, okay. Meaning, of course, don't leave any blunt objects sitting around. You know what I mean? If you're in enemy territory, if you're surrounded by the enemy, don't leave blunt objects around. You know how when you well, okay. But anyway, but don't I've even told on myself. Never mind. But yes, don't leave any blunt objects around. Um, just pretend like you're dating a stranger or something like that. Know what I mean? So that's what she meant. Don't give anybody a stick to hit you in your head with. So if you're telling your own story, don't let somebody else have the pen. Now, I know that there are some in the British tabloid media who have their opinions about that. I remember when the book was first announced, before they even knew who was going to help write the book with Harry, there was some little troll who said, the book, Megan is going to write the book, and it's going to be her words, and because she's an actress, and well, she always gets her way. So that was what Angela said, is that Megan was going to write the book and Harry was just going to sit there and have no input whatsoever, that the book was going to be entirely Megan's doing. But I tell you what, guys, the way Harry narrated that book, those were his words. Those words were based on his life experience. And as someone said earlier on Ann's podcast, um, there is the possibility that Harry may actually win a Grammy. Hillary Clinton has a Grammy Award. Barack Obama, I do believe Michelle Obama, even Jesse Jackson has a Grammy Award. There is a category known as the spoken word, and it doesn't even have to be as long as a book or a manuscript or anything like that. It's a anything that has the spoken word, and that word has been sold in the form of a book or an album, whatever. Um, then you can win a Grammy. So won't they look stupid when Prince Harry shows up to receive his Grammy Award? Won't they look stupid? But trust me, you guys, it's a very, very good possibility, especially if there's really not anything else out there competing. um, you know, like let's say a Morgan Freeman or something like that. Remember the March of the Penguins? Uh, unless Morgan Freeman comes out with something, I think he's because it was great. The book is a great read. The narrated version is fantastic. The inflection that Harry used to tell his story, I was so impressed. I don't know if they had to go back and edit anything or tweak anything. It was just so straightforward, and he was humorous. I could see Harry doing like voiceovers for cartoons or for documentaries or something like that easily. I don't know what has changed since Harry left that dreaded island. I don't know what's happened in his life that has changed the way he looks and talks and acts and even, for lack of a better word, perform, but something has brought an element to his life that has changed everything. I don't know what it could be, but something has changed, and now Harry is this this all like figure, this super talented, incredibly knowledgeable man that is working several jobs and raising a beautiful family. I don't know what could have changed for him, but something happened. I don't know. If you have any ideas, just put it in the comments. Hopefully I'll see it. Hey, Big Mama. Um, my goodness, I am scrolling all over the place and I don't remember where I left off. Um, I hate to just go all the way to the end because I feel like I'm going to miss a lot, but them's the breaks. I'm trying to see. Okay, so that was legs. I'm scrolling, make sure I'm not missing any super chats. I'm just going to have to go all the way to the end. Sorry about that. I have been rattling on for a bit, I'll take this one. Baron, you should get what is that? A sound, a sound beat it or a clip of Denise Welsh. Oh, soundbite. All right, a soundbite or a clip of Denise Welsh. She is a great defender of the Sussexes, an actress who appears on Loose Women. She really gets into an argument, fight over them. Actually, is it Karuna Reina? I have done videos, edited videos where I actually used some clips with Denise Welsh. So yeah, I'm very familiar with her, and I think she's incredible. As a matter of fact, um, I think the last time she was on Jeremy Vine, I actually shared a clip with her. But thank you so much for the recommendation. But yeah, oh yeah, we're very familiar with Denise Welsh around here. And Fu says it's about time we ignore those fake British news buffoons. We are well aware of those two brilliant husband and wife will continue to create history. Thank you. And Baron, did you hear this, William? He Oh yeah, where he complimented on her cooking. I know. And then the squad detective agency found some clips that, or some clippings that countered that narrative. Hey, Misty Blue. Okay. And Noreen Lovelock says, Baron, did you see the woman who said she was seeing Harry for a month and how she doesn't recognize him and how he should not have written the book? And how Harry tried to stop it, but it was too late. No, I didn't. Are you talking about the lady that calls in and she says, no, I didn't see that. I know there was someone who called in to one of the LBC shows, and she maintains that she needs to send a message to Harry or something like that. I had a scary incident like that a long time ago where someone wanted me to talk to Michael Jordan, I think it was. And I was just like, I don't know him. But for some reason, they thought that I would be able to. I don't know. It was scary. I was getting like the Twilight Zone vibe, and it was weird. It was very weird. Hey, Big Mama, thank you for being here. Okay. Joyce Mo says, I hope someone purchased the rights to the book and write a screenplay for a movie, The Spare. Joyce, stop making me smile. You're making the corners of my mouth touch my ears, and I shouldn't smile that much because it is dry. I have just turned on my humidifier, and because you said that, I am putting on some more lip balm. Now I can smile. But please don't sneak up on me like that because you're going to make me split my lip. Um, but yes, that wouldn't that be something if all of a sudden there was a screenplay. And of course, I'm sorry, where did the Sussexes sign that multi-million dollar contract worth tens of millions of pounds? Which streaming service did they sign that contract? Oh my goodness, I can't think. Was it Prime or Apple TV, HBO? Oh my goodness, I can't remember. But anyway, they signed up with some streaming service, and I don't know, someone with deep pockets may come along. And of course, one of the producers would be Archwell. And as we all know, the real production value comes, actually, the real money in any production is the producers. The producers make the big money. That's why the Sussexes are, co-chairs of a production company, because everybody knows in Hollywood, you don't make money in front of the camera, you make money behind the camera. The real question is Tom Hanks too old to play Prince Harry? Oh, Joyce, thank you for that. You have brought so much joy and pleasure to my afternoon, well, evening. But thank you so much for that. I am going to build a shrine to you later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Black Queen says, Baron, so Jeremy Clarkson wants to reference, is that Cersei Lannister's fate in oh, okay, in Game of Thrones? Um, he do know that after her horrific walk of shame, she then enacts her revenge by literally blowing up her enemies. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I mean, it's just a movie, but who knows? I mean, in some figurative way, that's a possibility, figuratively speaking, of course. Oh man, Nancy Maduro says Harry explained how he saw himself as a spare in case William needed a kidney, lung, arm, etc., even his heart. Do these evil people think one person is expendable for someone else? Please explain. Well, I don't recall the part about the heart or the arm or anything like that, but kidney or perhaps what is that, bone marrow, such thing. Um, if that has actually been a discussion rather than a sentiment, if that was an actual discussion, oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that one. But if that was a discussion that was had, that would be pretty disturbing. Um, but do I think that that family would be wicked enough? Like, if there was the need for a heart for the elder brother, I would hate to believe that they would go that far, but then again, there have been several recorded mysterious um, disappearances. Well, I won't say disappearances, but family members who have been pushed to the peripherique, as they say in French. And those incidents have not, gone without some record. Like, for instance, the one kid, I forget the kid's name, but he was a prince that went to go and live with a family in the country because he wasn't seen fit for purpose. And I think he had cerebral palsy or something like that. I know he suffered from seizures. And then, of course, there was the one prince who frequented the brothels, um, gay brothels, and he died mysteriously. There was one who was in a plane crash. And of course, when, what was it, George V was so ill that they decided to speed up his end of life so that it could make the papers. Now, I've seen these on various documentaries, but they have a way of dealing with things. So I won't say that it would be impossible for that to happen with that family, because the idea that a blood prince like Harry, a prince of the realm, a blood member of the family, could be treated so wickedly and in such an abominable way, where 2 weeks after his mother died, he's back at school and no one is supposed to mention it. Not the staff, not the other kids. Nobody is to mention his mother. And they did not care what his mental state was at that time. Is in the book. He was left to fend for himself. As long as he was quiet, nobody cared. I mean, go back to the princes in the tower. How does a nation let the heir and the spare disappear for the sake of the uncle, and nobody says anything? Nobody does anything. I don't know that they're that far removed from that. I think that that type of evil is still part of modern society, especially where the crown is concerned. Very scary stuff. But thank you for your comment. All right. Harry's memoir Spare, top seller, list in UK, but is outsold by Barack Obama's autobiography in America and a children's book in Australia with just six. Where did they get this from? Where did they get this from? Outsold by Barack Obama's autobiography. It hasn't been out that long. It's only been out for what, 10 days? What are they saying? It's only been out for 10 days. Outsold by Barack Obama's autobiography? And then a children's book? A children's book. That's not a nonfiction. If it's a children's book, I'm assuming it's a fiction, right? See how they play with stuff? See how they play with the actual information? They twist it and turn it, and they're preoccupied with how much money the Sussexes have. What do you mean outsold by Barack Obama? It's only been 10 flipping days. Are you insane? It's only been 10 days. Give it a minute. Ugh. Let me see. No one wanted to work with Edwina. They said she was. Yes, them, they, he, she, them, they, he, she, we has quite a temper. The whole family is very temperamental. But yes, them, they, he, she, we, her, him has quite a temper. And I recall that video where he asked them how did they like the variety show, and they did not give him the answer that he wanted, and he had a flippin' meltdown. Do you remember that? He had a meltdown because he didn't find the enthusiasm of the press satisfactory after they had been kept waiting around and everything. So he had a meltdown and then just stormed off. And, being the press, they actually reported it, and it made him look ridiculous. But thank you so much. Nazuri says Edwina doesn't even get an honorable mention in Spare. He's even the sick old man was mentioned. Yeah, Edwina actually, they did another one of those polls. And as I said so many times, most people in Britain don't even know he exists. So people in the United States, they're like, Pa, wait, no. Hoppo? Who that woman? Hoppo. Hoppo. Hey, Hoppo. Who that woman? Who? The one with the big maxi coat. The one with the maxi coat with the red liner and the stirrup pants. Who that Hoppo? Who that woman, Hoppo? Hoppo? Who that woman? Prince Harry is not vicious toward anyone in his memoir, just truthful. So history can't say he didn't try to bring the family together, but he's not delusional. No, he's not. He's quite aware of the situation. Okay, so take this with a grain of salt. The most beautifully illustrated way to show you some numbers, unfortunately, came from the devil's playground, the Daily Fail. But here it is. Those are the numbers. I suppose they may be accurate. I hope they are. But those are the numbers. So 1.6 million for the US. That seems right. And you know what? This may actually be a little old at this point because from what I'm hearing, I don't know if this adds up to 3.2 million copies, but that's the last figure I heard was 3.2 million copies in all formats. And this right here says all formats, but I feel like there may be a few things missing. Let me see. 800. I don't know. I still don't think that adds up to 3.2 million. But yeah, but I like it. I like the image of Harry all over the world. That's the big turn on. So I love that. Okay. Princess Anne is probably the only real person in that family now that Harry has left. Well, yeah, Anne has her virtues in that she doesn't mince her words. Now, occasionally she will send one of her attack dogs to take down an innocent neighbor or, courtier or something. Well, you know what? If it's a courtier, there's nothing innocent about that. But I think that's about the only thing that I could say. Now, she did make a rude quip about, oh gosh, was it Princess Diana when she gave birth? But, I'm not even going to hold that against her because those ambushes from the press are designed to invoke a response from people. So, but yeah, I mean, we have fun with her around here. I mean, after all, she's Afro Annie, isn't she? So, um, if you can't have fun with Afro Annie, who can you have fun with? Okay, so moving on. There's enough for another book, Prince Harry said. Uh, he he cuts his memoir in half, or he cut his memoir in half and stripped out details about his father and brother. He claims he has long-term aim to fix the monarchy, insisting it's about trying to save them from themselves. Well, more or less, he did say that. And then right here, fastest selling book in UK since records began in 1998. So there you have Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter, the lost symbol of Dan Brown. So that was one of those Dan Brown books. Okay. And then there's Spare. So look at what's above Spare and look at what's beneath it. Look at that. Spare is in there. Do you see that? Look at where Spare lands in all of these numbers. So, of course, the Harry Potter books are phenomenal. Now, that Dan Brown book, how long ago did that come out? Spare is going to sell right past that and probably land somewhere in the middle, if not the top of those Harry Potter books. I promise you. I wouldn't be surprised if Spare becomes the best selling book of all time in the United Kingdom. I would not be surprised because the numbers are still rolling in. So, much to their dismay, that book is doing very, very well. And look at there, so well, they even were forced to have to report it. Phyllis Brooks says, Barron, I think Anne was a pretty girl when she was young. When she when you see her now, it kind of proves the toll it takes on you being a British royal. Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, the Daily Fail, for whatever reason, had ran some young photos of Edwina, where Edwina was quite fetching as a young man, but then I don't know what happened. He cracked or he broke or something, and all of his hair ended up in the drain of the shower, and now he's this moody, brooding figure in the background that loves to tell black people to get away from his mother. So yeah, something happened to poor Edward, and well, he's just not the man he used to be. He's a mere shell of himself, especially since Charles has humiliated him. And I kind of hope that when they have the coronation, I hope that if it is possible, that Charles would just go ahead and give him that dukedom that he was promised on his wedding day. I mean, because it's only fair. It was promised to him, and then in the most malicious manner, in the name of the slim down monarchy, all of a sudden it was taken away from him. And I just don't think that that's fair. Um, I don't particularly care for that punk, but um, just on a matter of principle, it just seemed like a terrible thing to do to a person, um, especially when it was part of an agreement. And Charles was not a kid when that agreement was made. Charles had to be what, maybe 35, 36 years old or something like that at the time. So he wasn't like a child himself when they made that agreement. He was more than old enough to enter into a contract like that. And now that he's the sovereign, he wants to go back on his word. That's why the queen had them all agree on it. So, hopefully by the coronation, they'll just give it to him, because that poor guy, he doesn't eat, he doesn't sleep. I mean, he looks like hell. So just give him the darn thing, and before he disappears or something, just give it to him. Gosh. Let me see here. Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, just give him his thing. All right. I'm actually looking for something, and I'm not seeing it. So that means to move on. Huh. Yeah, never gonna find it. Not right now. Oh, but I did find something for that food truck video, but I won't get that going again. All right, next. So take a look at this. I love this. One of the articles that I saw online today had the image of Prince Harry at a bus shelter, right? Now, do you guys see what's in the background? Is that a Tesco's Finest, a Boot Pharmacy? How about a M&S store? No. Craig's? Nope. Or is it Greg's? What exactly is that in the background? A Steak and Shake? An In-N-Out burger? Dunkin' Donuts? Oh man. Well, if I was a betting person, which I certainly am, I would say that that is probably Windsor Castle. So, whilst visiting Windsor Castle, you can get your spare on. Hello. You can get your spare if you just uh actually, I don't know if they're selling it in the neighborhood. Yes, Mary H, that is Windsor Castle, but I think it's a lot of fun that they're advertising it right there, uh, where poor Granny and Grandpa is buried just on the other side of that wall, and there they have spare for sale. How poetic! If Harry and Meghan ever go back, and I don't think he will remember, they want Harry, not Meghan, and the kids. I can bet will not try that again. Um, well, you know what is so scary to people, and of course I haven't forgot this. You know that Charles is possibly the legal guardian of the children. Now, I don't know if that goes all the way up to the fifth and sixth in line to the throne, or does that continue even further all the way up to number 10? But Charles is technically the legal guardian, I believe, of the children. I know he's the legal guardian of William's kids for sure. But as for Harry and his children, I don't know. But that is a possibility, but I don't know how far that goes. So I don't I don't think I'm really interested in the kids going there. I think they're much safer in California. I think so. But thank you, Big Mama. Let's see here. Uh, 80s Forever says, I also meant the courtiers didn't want to work much because they fainted over Meghan's 5 a.m. email and then leaked it to the tabloids. It took it. It took it. I mean, it took that Meghan was seriously jet lagged. Oh yeah, and that's what they said. Meghan, um, well, for whatever reason, she was just up, and it wasn't a big deal. You don't have to answer it, but I think, and if I had to guess, because of all of the issues that was happening in Kensington Palace, that whoever received that email probably panicked for whatever reason and thought that it was, more than just the obligatory email that you can reply to at 8 or 9 or 10 a.m. They probably felt obliged to report immediately. But during your off hours, unless you're like the on-call person on that position or whatever, then why would you even bother? I promise you, something I've been doing since I was in my 20s. Back then, I used to unplug the phone. And then when there was no longer the bell phones, I would just switch the phone off. And even today, more often than not, the last move I make before I close my eyes is shutting off the ringer. You're not going to wake me up. I don't care who it is. And I think I heard Tina mention that on their channel one day. And that was the day I think I asked Tina if she was a Scorpio. I asked her, I said, "Are you a Scorpio?" And she said, "Yeah." I was like, "Uh-huh. No wonder." I just knew because that's a very Scorpio move. Switch it off. So I guess what I'm trying to say, if I was a courtier, and I don't care if it was the Queen Mother ringing me from the grave, you're not going to wake me up. I am not going to take notice of an email. And some of you guys have emailed me and are still waiting for a reply. Um, I do apologize, but yeah, sometimes it's not easy to get through. So that person, they did that to themselves. Okay, so it's unimaginable to see how the abuser lied about the Sussex family. I saw it, Baron. Hero Harry was always relaxed and approachable, but the potato head abuser stepped in to insult Hero Harry. Oh, you saw the video, huh? You saw the video. Harry's just like talking and answering the questions without a hint of tension or nervousness. But then here comes that lunatic brother of his trying to dominate the conversation, giving Harry the side eye and looking him up and down out the corner of his eye. And I promise you guys, the press was not as interested or impressed with the future sovereign. So much so that William even had to mention, as the future head of the armed forces, I guess that was to remind people that whatever Harry says in this moment, I'm still going to be your sovereign and head of the armed. It was so pathetic. It was so petty. And Harry just, he was unflinching. And that's why I know that whatever the training is required to be an Apache helicopter pilot, something that very few people in this world will ever master, Harry was able to do it with nerves of steel. He was able to master the Apache helicopter. You got uh, the eye, I think it's called a monocle. You got that monocle over one eye, so that's the way you see and you take in data and information. You have the cockpit in front of you with more gauges and information Plus, you when you fly a helicopter, you have the foot pedals, you have the hand controls, and there's a lot going on. And Harry was able to do that. And you guys, flying a helicopter is not like a fixed wing aircraft. A helicopter is constantly trying to spin out of control. A helicopter goes against the law of physics. A fixed wing plane is literally just gliding along the air. It is using air pressure to uplift itself, but the helicopter really wants to fly into that wall or whatever. And it takes concentration, and you have to do it until it's very second nature. You actively fly a helicopter, but a plane, you can get up and go to the bathroom, just put it on autopilot. There's no autopilot for the helicopters that I know of. So, I mean, yes, they do have computers now, but still, you can't always count on that to work. You have to know it. So, cheers to Harry. I mean, he has talents that his brother does not. Whatever William says, Harry was the one on top with that Apache helicopter training. And William is jealous. Woo! God, he jealous. I mean, he's so jealous he could just spit blood out of his mouth. He's so jealous. So jealous that he's almost incandescent with rage. Baron, do you have the video when they asked William about his new nephew, and his response was, "I already have a nephew"? I do not. I do not have that one. I don't think I've ever had that one. Let me see. Okay. But yes, as a matter of fact, I don't even know what that situation was. I don't even know how to find that one. Let me see. Nancy says William lies, cheats, and is insensitive to others, his immediate family included. Charlotte has Spare looking down her pipeline. If Will was a good father, he would end this Spare mentality. Well, I hope he does. I'm going to tell you, uh, Princess Anne, her by nature, Princess Anne could never be anybody's spare. She had a very strong will and still has a very strong will. She's very much like her father, and she doesn't tolerate nonsense. And I just have a feeling that Charlotte is going to be so much like Princess Anne that the idea of the spare is going to drift onto little Louis. And that's going to be unfortunate. But I just don't think in this day and age that the way Princess Margaret was treated by the firm and by her sister, I don't think that the in this modern world we live in, I don't think they would tolerate that treatment for Charlotte, unless they want Charlotte to bring a big black shaman home. I think they unless, unless they want her to bring like a 6'3", 240-pound shaman through the door. I think they had better lay off of her. Otherwise, it is going to be Shaman City uh, in the Windsor household. So I think they better lay off of her because she's too much like um, her aunt, her great aunt. So um, yeah, if they go that route, they are going to bring um, another Durek. They're going to bring another Durek into the household, and you know, oh my goodness, too much, too much, too much. All right, I'm just saying though, unless they want another shaman on their hands, they better be careful with Charlotte because um Oh man. I mean, because there's plenty fortune tellers out there. You know what I'm saying? So, word to the wise: be careful how you treat that child. Anastasia Isabella says some idiots don't believe that Megan had those thoughts because, let me see, he didn't get his therapist to help her. Uh, I I told one of those idiots that the therapist would recommend that she exactly when she said that she knew Megan knew that that required being institutionalized or the likelihood of being institutionalized. And I don't think that they wanted that. I think that the royal family would see that as being very problematic because, number one, whoever the palace recommend that she goes to, you know, to see that she wasn't going to do that. The same way that Megan had her own doctors when Archie was born, Megan probably would not end up in the Tower of London or something like that at her own free will. And I could see them trying to put her in some Tower of London situation. Whereas I'm sure that Megan would have found her own help, instead of what the palace suggested. I know I would. I'd be like, nah, nah, nah. Remember how they was saying that the queen had doctors that were that they wanted to help with Archie's birth, and Megan was like, "No, that's okay. Uh-uh. Nah, nah, nah. Uh-uh. White supremacist family, white doctors, white this, white nah, nah, nah. Uh-uh. The first child of color born into this family is not gonna have some old white man helping me. Sorry. Nah, nah, nah. Uh-uh. Nah, that's okay. If it's gonna be a white doctor, it'll be one that I brought from America. So- some white doctor from California that's used to people of color. That's okay. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. No, no, no. Mm-mm. Sorry. Nope. No, 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 no. I don't want Lord so and so to help me birth this baby. I have a doctor from California. Nothing against the Queen's people, but no, that's okay. You're not going to bring some horse doctor to help me with my child. Nope. You know what I'm saying? Being after Archie was born, you being found out it was a vet from the Queen's kennel, the same doctor that helped with all the corgis. No, no, no. Mm-mm. Sorry. Silly Wabbit tricks are for kids. Sorry. Let's see. Panther, thank you so much for the super chat. He found Megan and got away from the demons. That's what changed for Harry. Absolutely, Panther, and thank you so much for your comment. Let me see. And also thank you for watching Royal Sussex. You know what I'm saying? They'll say, "Oh, we have a team of doctors, and it's the same team that has been delivering corgis for 20 years." You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't. I just wouldn't trust that. I'm sorry. No offense to anyone who happens to be a medical doctor and a part of the um, United Kingdom, but you would not touch me if I was Megan. No, especially if you all recommended him or her. Uh-uh. No, that's okay. Uh-uh. Nope. Y'all got to catch me first. Baron Squatty is so-called Sharon O. Um, have some new show called
Helen back on some Fox cable news network. Her son said the punishment didn't fit the crime, and she said, "Nobody cancels me. Who is gonna watch?" Punishment didn't. What is that? Oh, Sharon Osbourne has a new show. Oh, really? That's Sharon. Oh, Helen back. Does that have something to do with that last trip to the hospital or her last nip and tuck? Is that what she means by to hell and back? Wait, Black Queen, did Sharon let one of the Queen's vets do her last cosmetic procedure? Is that what happened? I'm just trying to fit all this together. But okay, let me stop tripping. But thank you so much for your comment. I didn't know she had a show, but that's okay. She'll fire herself soon. Sheila Clemens McKay, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. To hell and back, huh? Katie V, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Let me see. Gradually, the name Edwina is sticking thanks to you, Bear. I know. I know. I cannot. I tell you, if I ever see in print Edwina or Rambolina, I am going to scream. God, that would be so much fun. Let me see. Okay. Avery says when Harry and Meghan were being abused behind the palace gates, it was mostly black people uh, that cotton on the. Let me see that cotton on to what was going. Oh yeah, I get you. That cottoned on to what was going on and started defending them. Let's never forget that we saw the stench emanating from Kensington Palace. Well, that's true because it's like a sixth sense. And when you see racism, when you hear the dog whistles, it's hard to ignore. I mean, dog whistles, and that's the thing about the dog whistle. Nothing is more frustrating than when you mention that there is racism, and you know I've even had white people I've been close to, and I have shown them um, a text message. Well, it was an email really, where someone was being racist toward me, and this was some years ago. And they mentioned things like chicken and watermelon and stuff like that. And the first answer I got was, "Really? You think so?" And of course, I was terribly disappointed. Nah, come on. Do you and I'm just like, do you not see that? Ugh. And I was just so outdone that I had to explain the history of certain elements of that email to someone who either could not see or did not want to recognize what was there. Which, by the way, of course, I saved it. But they didn't want to recognize it for what it was. And so that's when it gets very frustrating, is when based on your life experience, a dog whistle or just out and out racism and the language and the situations that it evolves. And like you say, um, black people were the first that cottoned on to what was going on and started defending them because we know that it's a sixth sense, and I can't apologize for it. I didn't want this extra sensory perception, but it was something I inherited. I'm forced to recognize these things. I'm forced to pick up on these cues. And I wish I could say, oh, that one particular time I was wrong. I can't say it. I don't know that I've ever been wrong about it. When I see it, I see it. And there's no doubt about it. And given the volume and the language of hate that has been used against Megan, the big that's like the biggest dog whistle in the world. And yet the courtiers, the royal rotas, and anybody else involved will say, but they've all gone through it. It's one thing when you go through it for, the reasons that Kate waiting around for 10 years. I mean, I'm not saying that she deserved it, but you did wait around for 10 years and you didn't really work during that time. You didn't have a life. So people would only assume that you were just there for that question. Or how about Camilla? Camilla did drive, a wedge between husband and wife, and eventually will be crowned queen consort. So I wouldn't say she deserves to be mistreated, but I would also say, maybe she kind of asked for it. Um, that's one thing. But there's no criticism of those two presently. There's no criticism whatsoever. It's all focused on Megan. So if Megan is getting it, so to speak, the same way they have, why has it stopped for the others, even for Sarah Ferguson, Sarah the toe suck Ferguson? Why has it stopped for her? It has stopped for um what's his name? Andrew, but it's all focused on Megan. Days can go by with no mention of Andrew, as if Andrew never leaves the house. Andrew has never made a phone call. Andrew has never rode his horse or driven in his Bentley. Andrew has vanished, but they still have Harry and Meghan. Well, the totality of that is a huge dog whistle because what is different with Harry and Meghan? You have the so called race trader and his straight out of Compton wife. That is what's different. Everything they say and do or don't do against the others is still saying that headline almost straight out of Compton. Thank you for your comment. Okay, right here, the fastest selling book in the UK since records began. Did I do this one twice? Let me see. Yes, I did. I have that one twice. All right, never mind. You can drive for 4 hours and are still in the same part of the country. That's the United States. Or you can drive for 2 hours and the local accent has changed twice and bread rolls have a new name. That's the difference between the United States and the United Kingdom. To drive across the United Kingdom, I suppose that would take a matter of hours. To drive across the United States, most people do it in about 3 days. Yeah, most people do it in about 3 days. Now, there was a record set during the pandemic to the like of which there was little or no traffic anywhere. But aside from that, it usually takes about 3 days to drive across country. And the whole point of this is that the United States, some 330 million people, um, the vastness, as Harry said in an interview, it's the vastness of the United States that boggles the mind. And taking that into consideration, when you take a poll and supposedly decide that people who don't even know that the queen has 4 children or don't even know um, that the the fourth child even exists, let alone a name, right? They don't really know who Anne is. Older people, obviously Princess Anne, but most young people have never heard of Anne or um, Edward. Most people, most people could not pick most of that family out of a lineup. They only know like four core people, maybe five people in that family aside from Harry and Meghan. That's it. And yet, they poll people in the United States, some people who actually believe that Prince Harry and Meghan are no longer royals. I mean, I've actually had people say that, but they're not royals anymore, or she's not a princess. They don't know any of that stuff, but yet they're polling people. And let's face it, in most situations, the only people of certain demographics that you can get a hold of is a baby boomer. And if that baby boomer is a MAGA person, well, we already know what that's going to entail. So, what I'm saying is that any polls that they take in the United States are probably lacking much needed scientific formulation. And that's just the truth. There's likely nothing scientific about those polls. YouGov.com, I'm sure they don't have the best of intentions, but you're not going to get good polling data like that. It's just not possible. The book sales, the popularity says something else. The popularity of the Spotify podcast from Megan, Archetypes, says something else. These book sales say something else. The what do you call it? The docu series, it says something else. And of course, the response that they get from the crowds of people that they have encountered say something else. So they don't have an accurate count for the support for the Sussexes. The way you ask the question helps determine the response. So I would be very curious to know exactly how they pose the questions to an American and how informed an American is on the British royal family. I mean, think about this. Kate, Kate. Every time the Duchess Doolittle goes out to do something, they flood all of the clickbait online news with her image. So obviously, when people are voting for their favorite member of the royal family, they're going to vote for Kate because they don't think Meghan is a royal anymore. They have been told time and time again that they're no longer part of the family. If they have seen any type of social media where you come in contact with derangers, that is a message that they throw out there. But they're not royal anymore. So, how would someone that's unaware answer the question? I wonder. Lex says, isn't that number wrong for a spare in the first week? Let me see. Let me go back and take a look. Uh, is it here? No. I don't know, Legs. I don't know which one. Uh, I don't know. Because the first week, I thought it was like 1.6 million, right? No, was it 1.4 for the United States? Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust these numbers. I'm going to just say that. I don't fully trust those numbers because that's the same newspaper that ran snapshots of polls that were not taken after the release of the docu-series in some cases or after the release of the book in other cases. So, Yeah, I don't trust any of those. But thank you for the super chat. Now, right here, here's one of the old polls that they took. And as you can see, Harry, and this is something that they would like for people to forget, in January of 2018, Harry was actually outpolling the Queen. And even before the book, even before the Oprah Winfrey, Harry's numbers had gone down into the 60 and 70% bracket. So this was January 2018. Look at where Harry is there and look at where he is today. And that is all due to a hate campaign from the British tabloid media. That's where that comes from. It wasn't that people actually know Harry or know Meghan or anything. They only know what people tell them. And as a result of that, well, we all know what happened. Big Mama says Anne is the one who asked him, did he want to see his grandmother when he made it to Balmoral? I still don't like her, though. She was very rude to Diana. Yes, she was very rude to Diana. Um, the only thing I can say is, in fairness, she's pretty rude to everybody. She was even rude to Trump. But of course, I celebrate that. Um, she was so rude, she drove off an armed kidnapper. But yeah, she most of that family, Big Mama, most of that family have been notorious as bullies. Most of the family, which is why it is astounding that they would have a study. They would have investigated Megan for being a bully when countless cleaners, courtiers, aides, and whomever have left those palaces and castles in tears. And I'm going to stress it one more time. If anybody from that family is listening, whatever they accuse Megan of, I don't care. The people that was trying to defend, the people in the office he was trying to stand up for, they are the help. Period. The help. Megan is family, and moreover, that's Harry's wife. Now, either you are in love with the staff or you just hate his wife. It's just that simple. So it doesn't matter. They are the help. And nobody cares when somebody has a meltdown over a teddy bear. Nobody cares when they call somebody from one wing of the castle to the other to pick up a piece of paper next to their foot and put it in the trash can. Nobody cares if somebody rips out a sink because they dropped their pinky ring in it. Nobody cares about that. Or was it a cuff link? But it's only an email at 5 o'clock in the morning that was a bridge too far. Is that dreaded actress sent an email at 5 a.m. that had reduced one of the staff people to tears, right? And so he had to run over there and confront her, only to find out that she's not home. And so at that point, so at that point, he became incandescent with rage and flew across the kitchen. I mean, hurled himself like a zombie movie, hurled his entire body toward his brother, breaking his necklace and smashing a dog dish because Megan had the brazen audacity to send an email at 5 o'clock in the morning. I am convinced that that was all it took to push William over the edge. How dare she? I mean, he literally ran around the grounds of Kensington Palace. No, actually, he probably jumped in a Range Rover or even shimmied down a rope from his helicopter and went crashing through a plate glass window, rolled onto the floor of the Nottingham cottage, jumped up on 2 feet, and said, "Where's Megan?" And when Harry could not produce Megan, then he started heaving his chest and huffing and puffing and bristling and frothing at the mouth. And so when Harry saw him frothing at the mouth, Harry did the only wise thing to do at that point is to go and get him some water so he can wash down all that foam. And as he goes to get the water, he has a glass himself. Then he turns to try to give a glass to William. And that's when William became airborne as he leapt across the kitchen, grabbing Harry by his collar and dragging him down to the floor and smashing a doggy dish while he berates him about his wife and the way she has treated the staff. The staff. The dispensable staff is the reason why he went. Could you imagine him chopping his feet in the gravel, just crunching the gravel beneath him, turning it into dust, a cloud of dust as he arrives at the door of Nottingham Cottage, chest heaving up and down, looking for Megan because of that 5 a.m. email. What was she thinking? How could she be so careless that she would expect the staff to do their jobs? Makes sense to me. I don't know how she's gotten away with that for so long. Oh well, thank you, Big Mama. I think I have finally sorted this out. All right, let me move on here. Maureen Reed, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Friday to you. All right. I am so far behind with these comments. Gracie, hi Gracie. The spare is essentially the whipping boy who shoulders the blame if it is required. As for the Tower Princes, there was a change in kingship. Their live princes would be an inconvenience at best. Yeah, so Richard the Third was it, who was the uncle who was supposed to be the regent. He would have been a regent to the king. I mean, the boy was essentially the king because his daddy died, right? But he never was crowned because he was cast to the Tower of London along with his brother, and then both of them disappeared from history. Now, there are two sets of human remains that may or may not have been the two princes, and we can never know it because it would take either Charles or in the future William to okay, um, you know, a DNA test of the remains. And so, because the remains are in those vaults in Westminster Abbey, I guess we'll never know. But I would love to know for sure if those were actually the remains of the kids. But either way, that was hundreds of years ago. But that's a frightening story. That is a frightening story. If you guys don't know the story of the two princes in the tower, that is some of the best and the worst British history, depending on how you look at it, that you could imagine. William was always jealous of Harry. I think after William met Meghan, he realized Harry hit the jackpot, and the only way he could get to their level is to destroy them with lies. True, true, true. Okay. Hey, Miss P Talks. The Unroyals are a total mess. Louis will be the one to leave. Yeah. Poor Louis. I mean, you could almost see it coming. It's almost like You could just see that coming. They're not going to do anything to Charlotte, but Louis is going to be. I mean, he's already been cast the renegade. Right now, they're laughing and saying how cute it is, but tomorrow, Lord have mercy, that poor child. Megan said in Archetypes that Harry did find her someone, and Megan called the lady when the lady was in the checkout line and had to repeat her name for the lady. Okay, I don't actually remember that one. But yeah, I just don't recall. But I know that that at the time when Megan was before they went out that night, when she said she just didn't want to be there by herself because she didn't like what she was thinking, um, that requires a trip to a hospital. Um, so yeah, but thank you so much for that. Okay, let's move on to another topic. I have a sound bite for you guys. I'm going to just do some deep scrolling. I hope I didn't miss anything. Okay, I see. Oh, all right. Kim Truman, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Friday to you. Oh my goodness, I'm scrolling and official Lauren Brown says, "Gotta hop off, but thanks for the great live." Uh, Thank you, Lauren Brown, for being here, and many happy returns of your birthday, which I think was yesterday. So happy birthday again, and I hope you have a fantastic, joyful weekend for your birthday. And thank you for the super chat. Okay. Oh my goodness. Why am I talking so much today? I hope I ain't on that stuff. I did have I did have a big cup of coffee before I started. But let me get that sound bite for you guys. And uh-oh. Okay, yeah. Let me get that sound bite. I heard you all talking about this with Anne earlier, and I had already knew I was going to talk about it. So let's do it, shall we? Let me see. Okay.
We were watching online because, in fact, when the Duke and Duchess were getting married, I said to my mom, we were watching online because we didn't want to go. It was too full. You couldn't even get to, like, on the streets outside. So we thought we'll watch it better at home. I said to my mom, you know what? And my kids were there. I'll look after that baby. When they have a baby, I'll be there. Watch me. And my mother laughed and she said to me, hey, we are Tando Wupu Payo. And I said to her, and Ama Popo are allowed. It's not breaking the law to dream, mom. Watch and see. Dreams do come true. So when my friend Maria then worked for them, I said, look, here's my CV. See if they need a nanny or a sleep trainer. I'm quite happy to do it for them. And then they did sort of have somebody. We waited a while, nothing was happening. And one day it was what we call half term. The kids in England have little holidays in between during school terms. They're called half terms. I would travel to Germany with them just for a holiday, a short holiday. When I landed at Bremen Airport, I had a phone call. In fact, it was first a text message, and Maria said to me, "Look, you need to get back to me as soon as possible. Are you in London? You need to start work as soon as possible."
So let's do that one more time, shall we?
In fact, when the Duke and Duchess were getting married, I said to my mom, we were watching online because we didn't want to go. It was too full. You couldn't even get to, like, on the streets outside. So we thought we'll watch it better at home. I said to my mom, you know what? And my kids were there. I'll look after that baby. When they have a baby, I'll be there. Watch me. And my mother laughed and she said to me, hey, we are Tando Wupu Payo. And I said to her, and Ama Popo are allowed. It's not breaking the law to dream, mom. Watch and see. Dreams do come true. So when my friend Maria then worked for them, I said, look, here's my CV. See if they need a nanny or a sleep trainer. I'm quite happy to do it for them. And then they did sort of have somebody. we waited a while, nothing was happening. And one day it was what we call half term. The kids in England have little holidays in between during school terms. They're called half terms. I would travel to Germany with them just for a holiday, a short holiday. When I landed at Bremen Airport, I had a phone call. In fact, it was first a text message, and Maria said to me, "Look, you need to get back to me as soon as possible. Are you in London? You need to start work as soon as possible."
How sweet, huh? I love that. So that is how they found their nanny. It was, I mean, she put it out there in the universe, and the universe answered. She said, I will take care of that baby. When they have a baby, I will take care of that baby. And what happened? It happened. I mean, how about that? How about that? King Harry and Queen Meghan of humanity, they don't need washed up titles and stolen jewels from yesteryear to be important. So, derangers, peasants, keep your welfare king and queen on your neck. Thank you, Black Queen. Okay. Let's see here. So Meghan Markle given special 2-day SAS training after being sent that powdery substance in the mail. Well, as we know, that didn't happen. Harry mentioned that in the book. And when I thought about that, I'm like, well, that's almost as big a lie as that other thing that never happened. This is how Kate Middleton is showing Meghan Markle the royal ropes. Remember that lie? Inside their new friendship. Remember that lie? Lies, lies, and more lies. Propaganda, I promise you. Propaganda. And then, of course, who could, let me see here. The story in Finding Freedom about Meghan's security training was first debunked in 2021 during her mail court case. Came as a surprise to me because it was a palace official who confirmed it to my co-author and I. But as Harry writes, it's nonsense. He wished it was true. But yeah, they put that out there. They made sure that we all knew about it. But it did not happen. Even with that horrible incident that occurred with Princess Anne, where she was nearly kidnapped, only for her to show them her face with that very stern look. And then the would-be kidnapper turned into a pillar of salt and blew away. And Anne went home and, tied her hair up for the night, and that was the end of it. She had to kind of brush out her afro and tie it up for the night, and that was it. That was it. So, all right, so let me get into this. Let me see. Others take Mandela's name in vain, not Harry and Meghan. Now, what is it? Nadalika Mandela. I told you guys, I understand that she has written this article saying that she didn't say what they said she said. Fine, but you shouldn't have spoke to him anyway. Why would the Australian media pluck you out of obscurity so that they could ask you about Meghan and Harry? Now, according to the article, she says, oh, call me naive, but I didn't think this, I didn't think that. Well, you're right. You didn't think. You said something that they could use, and they used it. I am convinced that she must have gave them something they wanted, whether inadvertently, accidentally, I really don't care. The best thing to do is not to talk to the tabloid media. Since when is a news agency from Australia so interested in what Nelson Mandela's granddaughter has to say? Why would they do that? Why would they do that unless they thought that you were going to give them something that they needed, something that was required? I mean, yeah, everybody makes a mistake, but I'm not Nelson Mandela's granddaughter. I wasn't born a granddaughter of a civil rights icon, of a leader of a movement against apartheid. So I would think that if I were born from that lineage, that I would know better than to speak to the Australian news media. What do they want with you? What do you think they wanted with you? Call me naive. What in the world do you think they wanted from you? And if they were misrepresenting you, have you spoke to an attorney yet, or anything like that? I mean, I'm not saying that it should go that far, but I'm just not buying this cleanup. The damage is done, and that's why I'm so frustrated. Is because the damage is done. What she said to them, whether it was twisted or not, has gone around the world and back. But nobody, and trust me when I say this, nobody is going to see this article. This is just dust in the wind. It's unfortunate, but this is just dust in the wind. Let me see. Lydia says, Baron, give that lady some grace. You extended Omid. Oh, you hear me winding up, don't you? She didn't know better, allegedly. You hear me winding up, don't you? Woo! You can hear it winding up, can't you? Oh, I was set up in my seat and then brush stuff off the front of the desk. Oh, you know I'm winding up. I'm about to go there. Woo! Oh, oh. Anyway, I'm just a little frustrated because of how problematic this faux pas, this misrepresentation became, for the Sussexes, especially at such a crucial time like the launch of a new docuseries. And then here she come with her conversation, for lack of a better word, tainting the process. I mean, this was very problematic, and it was designed to cause embarrassment. I'm just trying to figure out in what reality does the Australian media care what you think, not the Mandela Foundation, but you, the granddaughter, not a member of the foundation. Why do they care what you think? And why do you think? Wait. Why do you wait? Why do you think that you wait? Why do you care what they think that you think you think? Why do you care what you think they think that you think? Hold on for a second. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. But yeah, so it was a mistake. But let this serve as a warning. I am more than my surname. This person who has a book, reminding people again that that's Nelson Mandela's granddaughter. I even saw an interview where she said that I'm the first of the first of the first, meaning that she is the firstborn of the first child of the first something 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 granddaughter. And she wants everybody to know that she was born a Mandela, who was plucked out of obscurity so that she could tell the Australian media that she don't like the way that they are misrepresenting her grandfather's legacy. But you do know that this program was sponsored in part by or should I say, evolved from your grandfather's foundation. That's what makes this such a problem for me. I just don't understand why she felt that I am, what is that, Nicolika, more than my surname. And it says right there in big, bright white letters on the jacket of her book, Mandela. So my thing is, if you all would just grant me this moment to vent my frustrations, my thing is, stop talking. Nobody cares who you are. They only care how you are associated with somebody much bigger and better known. I have a cousin who is a celebrity. I am not riding nobody's coattails. I don't pretend like we're close because we're not. I don't brandish a photo of him or her just to say that I know this person. Okay? I don't solicit, I don't call, and I don't ask for help. But clearly, this person, if I showed you their photo, you'd be like, really? That's your cousin? Yeah. But I say nothing. So you could either continue to write books stressing the fact that you're Nelson Mandela's granddaughter, the first of the first of the first. You can keep talking to the Australian press and giving them a little thread to pull on, or you can do something else. But it was embarrassing for the Sussexes, and I'm very frustrated by that. Nobody cares who you are. Nobody cares. I have never seen anybody push somebody to the side to hurry up and get to Nelson Mandela's granddaughter. That just doesn't happen. So I guess I was naive. I'm just not buying it. You gave them something that they needed, and they ran with it. Wait a minute. I thought you were trying to give her some grace. What happened to give her some grace? I know. Let me see. Let me see here. They are stirring the pot. White supremacy. Dividing. Yes. Yes. I mean, it's from the playbook. Hey, Anne. It's from the playbook. It's that usual playbook. And listen. I'm not even gonna say anything about the nicotine stained tooth looking at me right now. That nicotine stained tooth means nothing. I'm just saying that why would an Australian news agency like a heat-seeking missile come and seek you out to ask you about a docuseries produced by Netflix having to do with your grandfather and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex if they didn't think that you can give them something that they could use? I'm just troubled by that. What did you think was going to happen? I am more than my surname. I can't tell. From where I'm looking, it doesn't seem like that to me. And look at the rest of the hangers on. Can you guys see that at the bottom? You got the grandson, that blessed fool, Then there's this other one. I ain't never seen him before. Matter of fact, I don't know any of them other ones. I think I've seen the one on the end on the right there. I think she's cool. But as for the rest of them, I don't know, how they fit into this, but how careless can you be? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I just got a what is that? PayPal and a Cash App. Now I don't know if y'all are cheering me on or trying to get me to shut up. I don't know if y'all cheering me on or trying to get me to shut up. But anyway, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank both of you all for watching Royal Sussex. Okay. So now take a look at this. Seneca Scott is the nephew or cousin. I don't know what the heck he is, but somehow he's related to Coretta Scott King. He didn't write a book like, her, the one with the nicotine stained tooth looking at me. He is running for public office. What does that say? Dog catcher? No, for Oakland mayor. Okay, so Seneca Scott is running for the mayor of Oakland. I guess that's Oakland, California. I don't know. But anyway, Seneca wants to be mayor. And somehow, boy, I tell you, they'll find you, won't they? Somehow, he was the only person, again, not part of the King's Center, not part of any agency directly related to Coretta Scott King or Bernice or Martin Luther King III. He ain't associated with them in any other way. But he was the preeminent expert and art historian necessary to discuss The Embrace, a new memorial in Boston Commons honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King, will be unveiled Friday. Before celebration, we reflect on the process and partnerships that have made this historic project possible, meaning that the King family signed off on it. But yet this distant relative, and when the Daily Mail first mentioned it, they said a cousin of Martin Luther King. But then you find out, wait a minute, not even Martin Luther King's cousin, Coretta Scott King cousin is the one that didn't care for this artwork. He found it, whatever he said it was. But anyway, he's the one that was troubled by this art installation. Not that he came up with part of the $10 million necessary to install it. Not that he had any objectivity. That was not the point. The point is that this person, once again, plucked from obscurity, would have a chance to stand on the world stage for the first time in their lives, not to promote a book, but nay, this time to run for public office. I'm just sick of this. Do you hear me? Sick. I'm sick of it. When will they stop doing this? You ought to know better. You really ought to know better. They did not come after you for your good looks. Nay, they didn't come after you because they think that you're the best possible candidate for mayor of, I guess, Oakland, California. But they came to you because they want you to be hypercritical about anything that seemed like is woke or left wing or liberal. That's why they need you. That's why they need you. Otherwise, they don't give a toss about you. The sculpture, based on an embrace that you see there on the right side, when you look at it at a proper angle, rather than flying a drone up in the air so that you can see an angle that looks more like a sex act, then all of a sudden it's not so vulgar. But if you're not on a helicopter or using a drone, then it looks like a pretty interesting work of art. You have a chance to literally walk through the embrace of Dr. King and Coretta Scott King. What a beautiful sentiment, only for it to be ruined by a mayoral candidate that no one has ever heard before, that has been plucked from obscurity and just so happens to be running for mayor, or has been plucked from obscurity and just so happens to have a book. Do you guys see a pattern? Because I do. And speaking of plucked from obscurity, there's Nelson Mandela's grandson, aka Uncle Scar. AKA Uncle Scar. Uncle Scar, will I like my surprise? Simba is to die for. That Uncle Scar. Uncle Scar, who has somehow become the goodwill ambassador for the entire continent of Africa. There he is. There he is in, talking about, let's see, Nelson Mandela's grandson causes political row in African football. Nelson Mandela's grandson right there. $100,000 in Algerian aid explains Nelson Mandela's grandson attack on Morocco. Man, they're going to put you in a pan box if you don't go sit down somewhere. Son, what is you doing? You need to take several seats. You are not your grandfather. You will never be your grandfather. You're nobody, a nothing, minuscule, a mere blip on the radar screen. And yet, here he is wearing a tribal cloth as he goes about Africa. I don't want to say the word shakedown or grift or anything like that, because I'm sure that doesn't apply to him. But he's up to something. So if it wasn't for your grandfather, what else would you be doing? Did you study anything in university? Have you written a book? I'm sure you have. I mean, God, they're a dime a dozen, aren't they? So this is 3 prime cases of family plucked from obscurity so that they can cause embarrassment to other people, just like Uncle Scar, who bears a striking resemblance to the uncle on The Lion King. I don't know what it is about them, but it's something that just sticks out. So anyway, that is how I feel about it. I am just not prepared to give anybody a free pass, even if they took the time to write a lengthy article, whether or not they plug their book, whether or not they remove that nicotine stain, whether or not they win the mayoral race, or whether or not they have negotiated. What the hell is he doing? Well, anyway, whether or not what is he doing now? Well, never, I don't care. But whether they come home in a pine box or not, I just think that they need to take several seats. Now, let's go to a peaceful place. Right here is a gift I received today. I went over to my mailbox and look at there. Someone sent me this beautiful coffee cup and this wonderful French visual dictionary. Yes, it is a Collins, a French dictionary. Isn't that gorgeous? Can you believe this? I'm just like, what have I done to deserve this? This is so sweet. Now, of course, when I shook the box, something told me to fill up the bathtub and, you know, put it in the tub of water just in case it's rigged. But I said, no, no, who would want to hurt me? So I just went on blind faith and opened it up. I mean, it wasn't ticking, so it must be okay. Well, look at there. Isn't that beautiful? I love this. So, anyway, I can't say the name of the person, but isn't that gorgeous? And well, apparently somebody loves to hear my version of the French language. And the thing is, I would be interested in hearing my version of the French language if I had one. Uh, I'm sure that it would be interesting if I actually had one, but I have struggled with my French. Hell, I've struggled with my English, but I'm just so glad to have this. The American, he is an imbecile. That is what they used to say to me when I was in Paris. The American is imbecile. And I would say, bonjour, merci beaucoup. But anyway, this is gorgeous. So, isn't that nice? I love this. How beautiful. I mean, look at the grapes and I can't wait to dive into it. Oh, and it has audio included. Huh? Oh man. What is that? En français. There we go. So yeah, that is gorgeous, and I can't wait to use it. All right, so Prince Harry's memoir Spare sells 3.2 million copies in the first week. So I'm going to go with that one for the first week, 3.2 million. Pretty soon it is going to break even more records. Now, this is someone else that I find troubling. I know, trigger warning, this is someone else I find rather troubling. Right here, you can see Stop Playing the Victim. The Duchess of Sussex is told by founder of mental health charity, Sane, Marjorie Wallace. I wonder if it's like Hair Club for Men. I'm not just, what is that? I'm not just a patient. I'm also the president of the company. Or is it, I'm not just, anyway. But this person, Marjorie Wallace, who I don't really know much about, uh, she seems to have an issue with Meghan speaking her truth. To read Thursday's Eden Confidential column in full, click on this, blah, blah, blah. Well, Meghan told Stop Playing the Victim. As the founder of a mental health charity, Sane, Marjorie Wallace might be expected to sympathize with the Duchess of Sussex, who has spoken publicly about how she suffered while still working member of the royal family. However, Wallace, 80, is fed up with Meghan's moaning. I don't like I guess she's saying victim card or whatever. It cuts off actually, and I don't have the lower part of it. The former confidant of the first Earl of Snowdon, I don't think playing the victim card helps. Whatever you're, let me see, whatever you're a victim of, and I don't really respect people who take victimhood on as a career. So, anyway, I guess that's a direct quote. You never can tell. The broadcaster adds on the podcast, Rachel Johnson. Oh God, is that who she was talking to? Difficult woman. You've got to find ways of living with whatever. And again, it cuts off no, problem with that. But yeah, I could find it if I want to see the bottom part of it, I'm sure. But Marjorie Shahana Wallace, do you guys see those letters up there? CBE. CBE, is that one of those royal honors, which means that you are duty bound to defend those inbreds no matter what? I think it does mean that. Um, British investigative journalist, author, and broadcaster. She is also the founder of the and chief executive of Mental Health Charity. Well, that explains a whole lot, doesn't it? That ghostly stick figure that you guys are looking at right there is in thick with the royal family, and I do mean thick. Um, she was friends with Lord Snowdon, who was Princess Margaret's husband. And also, there she is, photographed with Prince Charles. Or, I'm sorry, was Prince Charles, now King Charles III. So, with all of that going on, is there any wonder? Is there any wonder that she would be so loyal to the crown? And whereas on other occasions, she would tell people to stick up for someone suffering from, mental trauma or a mental health crisis, when it comes to the Duchess of Sussex, who has barely spoken, by the way, who has barely made appearances, but this is what Marjorie assumes that she does for a living. I don't think she has paid much attention. By design, she hasn't paid much attention. And so she has decided to take the side of the crown as a. Now, you see, you messed up when Sherry has to come after you. Sherry says Marjorie Shahana Wallace looks like a straight up Dracula. You done messed up. You done told your last pair of draws when Sherry has to come after you. Now, Sherry don't never say nothing about nobody, but here she then has been compelled to get this one here set straight. So that's the very okay. Now this I would expect. That I expect. But Sherry, my goodness, I'm clutching my pearls right now. Let me see here. Joanna Baker says that old bat met Harry 17 years ago. Harry was 21 years old, young, immature, and she met Harry once or twice, kissing a. Oh God! I hope she wasn't the one. Oh, never mind. I don't want to think about it. Kissing a 21-year-old doesn't mean you know him. She is a clout chaser. Oh God, I hope this wasn't the one behind the pub. Oh, I hope that I hope she was oh, I don't want to think about it. My eyes. Oh God. Oh, I feel like I got a upchuck. Oh, I'm gonna hurl. Ooh, I can't keep it down. Oh my God. Now, see, if there was any part of Harry's book that is going to cause me problems, is because from time to time it's going to require speculation. You know what I mean? It is going to cause my mind to drift and worry about certain possibilities that I care not to enter my mind's eye. Oh, Harry, what have you done? Wait, no, don't answer that. Who have you? Nope, don't answer that either. Oh my God, I don't even want to think about it. That old heifer. looks like she needs a straitjacket and a padded room herself. She is so blinded by hatred for Meghan and a butt kissing royalist that she can't even remain professional. Amen to that one. Oh God. Anyway, you guys try to, what is that they say in court? Strike that from the record. Yes. Please turn to the court reporter and tell her or him to strike that from the record, because we don't want to even think about that one. Ugh. 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 Prince Charles and Sane founder and chief executive Marjorie Wallace, CBE, at the opening of a Prince of Wales something in 2003. And there she is over there with Princess Diana and Charles. And so she's been around. The whole point is she's been around the back of the pub. But check this out. Straight from the Sussex Squad Detective Agency, Countess Sane, is that what they call her, at Countess Sane? Praised Prince Harry for speaking about his experience of grief, saying it's done more than many, many campaigns. It's done more good, than many, many campaigns. So right here, she is retweeting a tweet from the organization that she chairs, celebrating Prince Harry's, back in 2017, discussing his grief. Prince Harry's grief revelation draws praise from mental health experts. So back then, before Meghan, it was something worthy of praise. But fast forward to modern times, it's not. The royal family's support will help fight the stigma of mental health, as our CEO, Countess Sane, told Associated Press. Prince William, his wife Kate, his brother Prince Harry, lend their support to a campaign to encourage people to talk openly about mental health issues. Now, couple that with this right here. There's William throwing his mother under the bus by declaring that that interview that she gave to Martin Bashir helped to further divide his parents and led to her becoming increasingly paranoid and whatever other language that he used, when he knows full well the experience that his mother encountered because of his father and his stepmother. But yet, this speech that was obviously prepared by the tabloid media to absolve them of any culpability and to throw the BBC under the bus, which is a publicly funded entity. That speech actually solved a lot of problems for a lot of people. So I wonder what speech he'll have to give in the future to absolve the tabloid media for the way that they have gone after his brother, for the way their instructions, let's say from allegedly Kensington Palace, drove a family of three out of that little crappy cottage that they were given, while everybody else lived in palaces, halls, and castles. Let me see. Lydia says, Baron, she is not the first love behind the bar. We were discussing someone else, a different clout chaser. Harry has better taste. Well, Harry also said that he partied back in those days in the classical, well, actually in the very modern sense of things. So I'm okay. I need to believe that, but thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Let's see. Black Queen says, Baron, no, it's the 50-plus-year-old just came out talking to Daily Fail that she had a couple of day fling with Harry when he was 21. They kissed only. Thank God. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Black Queen. I believe I saw that article and instantly was put off by it, so I didn't actually look at it. But okay, well, that's better. So it wasn't the Countess of Romania or whatever she is. Ooh, good God! Suddenly some math started going together in my head, and I nearly blacked out. I thought I was going to upchuck. All right. So right here, Prince Charles sold out William and Harry to the tabloids. What is the date? That is 20. Let me see. Oh wait, it says 2017, but it was first published in 2015. So they revised that article in 2017. So as far back as 2015, it was said that Charles threw his kids under the bus for the sake of himself and Camilla. Oh God, Camilla. Oh God, I hope those eggs were organic. Oh God, Camilla, they've just ruined my suit. No, 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 no. Don't touch that doorknob. Prince Charles exploited sons and Diana to boost image. That was obviously in another. Let me see. That's also dated 2015. So it was said a long time ago that Charles would need William and Harry to bolster his image when the time comes for Camilla to take the throne. Now, I believe that to be true, but let me tell you what else I believe to be true is that at that time, 2015, there was no mention or not even any knowledge of a future wedding of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. But once Meghan and her mama came along, oh my God, what an opportunity. Let no good opportunity, get away from you. So they had a twofer. You have an actress of African descent, you have a mother also of African descent, and you're going through a culture war all over the world, and especially in the UK and the United States. And so, where that's concerned, it's you know what? It's not a twofer; it's a threefer, because you actually got three people. Uh, and the focus, of course, being the Duchess of Sussex. You got three people that you can crap all over, so that you can boost the image of Charles and thus ensure that he is firmly ensconced upon the throne of England, and you will have three people that you can use to distract from the economy, from the labor crisis and such, the pandemic, Bojo the clown, prime minister, all of that stuff, the Tory government, everything was given cover by Harry marrying Meghan. It solved a lot of problems. So that way, Charles did not need to depend on hurting both of his children or throwing his children under the bus, because you got not one, but two. You got two new players, right? That you can use for those purposes. This way, you don't have to try to use the old Sarah Ferguson card. Not necessary. And of course, the Queen's favorite, Andrew. Well, Andrew can cause so much embarrassment that it can make matters worse. So, no need to drag him down. But we can go after Harry, Meghan, and her mama. See how that works out? You got a threefer instead of a twofer, a threefer. It would have been Harry and whoever he married, but is Harry, whoever he married, and her mama. That is the threefer. That way, you don't need to bring up anything old like, Sarah the toe suck Ferguson. You don't have to bring up anything so disgusting that it could actually make matters worse, like Andrew, but instead, Americans go after the Americans, and that is a strategy to ensure a successful ascension to the throne. Now, that is just my theory. I don't, say that that's the gospel, but that's just my theory. But if you think about it, it does solve a lot of problems. It solves a lot. Panther says, oh, that's for Lydia. I don't know why King Charles III is afraid of Willie Boy. Well, I can answer that question. If Harry says, Pa, I was at Nottingham Cottage, minding my business, and I heard a helicopter. And next thing I know, I saw a shadow shimmying down past the window just before they smashed through the glass, rolled across the floor, and started heaving their chest up and down with incandescent rage, only for them to follow me into the kitchen and then leap across the kitchen like a panther, like a jungle cat, and knock me to the floor, ripping my necklace and breaking a doggy dish. Wouldn't you be scared? I mean, that story alone, it, I wouldn't mess with him. I tell you that. I mean, it's like either I'm gonna go to jail or I'm just not gonna mess with him. So I think after a scenario like that has been painted for you, that he comes shimmying down the rope of a helicopter, smashed through the window of Nottingham Cottage, and chased me into the kitchen and became airborne as he pounced upon me and ripped my necklace and broke a doggy dish, then that is cause to be afraid. I mean, Charles is 70 what? Do you think he would survive somebody shimmying down the rope of a helicopter, smashing through the window of Highgrove, jumping up on 2 feet, frothing at the mouth, and then chase him into the kitchen and knock him back into a doggy dish, causing it to shatter onto the floor? I don't think he would survive that. Now, I tell you who probably would survive that. This old broad right here. I mean, she would pull out them knuckle dusters and karate sticks and all the other stuff that she probably has hidden in her hair. She probably has all kind of defensive devices hidden in her hair. She'd probably pull something out that would, make short that confrontation, a snub nose, something. But Charles, he's just not that quick. But this old broad, yeah, she'd probably be okay. But Charles, not so much. Um, it probably wouldn't work with Anne either because, Anne is notorious. Anybody who walks around with a knot in her purse strap, anybody who walks around with a knot in her purse strap, not a purse strap, but every purse strap, is obviously somebody who's packing. So I wouldn't mess with her either. I mean, the hair pick alone could puncture a lung or something. So I wouldn't mess with her. But yeah, so I hope that answered your question. I hope that was helpful. Let me see what else. Okay, I think we're good then. I'll move on. So, Prince Harry's memoir and his unchosen pop culture status. Well, there's a great article in the Baltimore Banner, which I only just found before I started today, so I haven't actually read the whole thing. I hope it's a good article, but anyway, it speaks of. Wait, that's not it. Uh, that's not it. Sorry about that. I don't have it handy right now. But anyway, it was an interesting article. So at your leisure, make sure you check it out. Um, but it talk about Harry being, forced into the life of a pop culture status. In other words, kind of like a pop star, famous just for the sake of being famous, but not in a Kardashian kind of way, but just in a, I was born into this life, and because of that, he's on a first name basis with the world. One of the true measures of fame is when you're on a first name basis with the world. So when you could say like Ella or Nat or Barbara, in certain circles, you could say Barbara. Everybody means Barbara Streisand. They mean Nat King Cole. They mean Ella Fitzgerald or whatever. And Harry, when you say Harry, okay, occasionally you might think somebody is saying Harry Connick Jr. or something like that. But I think nowadays when you say Harry, it's not Harry Styles, it's Prince Harry. But yeah, that he's Harry to the world, just like other people that are on a first name basis to the world. And that wasn't a life that he asked for. That was a life that he was given. And however he turned out, he would have, been that person. Um, and because of his talent, because he's so talented and charismatic, that puts him light years even ahead of his brother. One of the only reasons why people speak about his brother is because of Harry. If it wasn't for Harry, Will and Kate would be so abstract and irrelevant. It would be embarrassing, more embarrassing than it already is. But it takes Harry and Meghan to make that family relevant. And whether or not they would ever admit that, it is true. They are what makes the royal family relevant. It says here, I spent a good part of my early adolescence in my very pink 80s bedroom in Northwood, poring over neon colored pages of magazines like, what is it, Bop and Right On. The stories aimed squarely at young, enraptured, that is, fans like me, had headlines like, where would George Michaels take you on a date? And could you be Bobby Brown's girlfriend? The answers were respectfully nowhere and absolutely not. But what I didn't realize is at the time is that the media coverage of these teen idols was part of an unspoken contract dating back to the early days of Elvis and the Beatles for the young fans to be extra invested. Like, let me see, they had to seem available or written about in a way that we could project our perfect boyfriend fantasies onto them. Some fans of Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, and of the author that said candid and what is that, cathartic blockbuster memoir, Spare, assumes the same agreement in place and that his opinions, emotions, and relations, especially his relationships, are subject to public approval. The difference here is that Harry didn't audition for this role, but rather he was born into it. It wouldn't be an understatement to say that his decision to leave the role as a working royal, as well as a physically leaving the country with his wife, an American actress Meghan Markle, does not sit well with some of his fellow Brits. In short, some of them have lost their doggone minds, accusing him of everything from trying to tank the monarchy to being a sad dummy without independent thought who fell under the spell of a gold digging witch is wild. Who the whole situation interests me, but as a journalist and as an amateur pop culture sociologist who loves examining why we love or hate specific pieces of media. So I spent the weekend with Harry's warm, posh voice in my ear, narrating his story in the audio version of Spare, which is at times major overshare, but is mostly a sprawling, passionate attempt to tell his side of his story since the media, his family, and social media trolls beat him to it. So, anyway, I will put this in the, what do you call it? In the, uh, the community tab so that you guys can read the rest of the article, which I am going to do now because if I don't, it ain't gonna happen. So let me do that right now while I'm thinking about it. I think it's a good article so far, so I'll let you guys check it out for yourselves. I know there's a super chat. I will get to that very fast, Ginger Lily. Let me do this before my middle-aged mind forgets. And all right, so I'm not going to title it. I'm just gonna leave the well, I'm doing a screenshot. So if you guys want to see it, then look for the screenshot, save, preview, post. Now let me double check and make sure that that link will lead you to the post. It works. Okay, perfect. All right, you guys. Glad I got that done. And so I've left you guys with some homework. And all right, so Ginger Lily says, Baron, I saw a poll where they say that Camilla was more popular in the U.S. than Harry and Meghan. However, the royalists were not happy with the picture being used for Camilla as it showed up all her wrinkles. Well, Ginger Lily, they say that there are certain inanimate objects that can be seen with the naked eye from outer space. I'll name a few. The Great Wall of China, Lake Mead, let's see, Palm Island in Dubai. There's quite a few inanimate objects that can be seen with the naked eye from outer space. Now, there are some moving objects that can be seen with the naked eye from outer space. An aircraft carrier, an ocean liner, right? A cruise ship. Let me see. How about clouds, meteors? I'm trying to think of something really large that moves. Robert Jobson and Camilla's weather-beaten mug. That is one of those things that can be seen with the naked eye from outer space. So, if I'm not being too harsh, if I haven't portrayed her in a very bad light, although poor lighting would be helpful right now, I think it's probably best to turn down the lighting, and whatever we do, we probably should not use any overhead lighting because that can cause problems. But yeah, so there are some things that can be seen with the naked eye from outer space. Some of them are moving, some of them are quite inanimate, and then there's the very weather-beaten, aged, menacing face of the soon-to-be crowned queen consort. So if we can see, let's say, San Andreas Fault, or perhaps the I think you get my point. So yeah, and I hope that was helpful. Thank you for the super chat. God, somebody's woke up on the wrong side of shady today. Did you guys notice that? Someone has woke up on the wrong side of shady. I don't know what got into me, but something has I don't know. But anyway, you guys, that is pretty much it for today. Thank you all so much for being here. I can't believe it's going on 3 hours. I don't know where the time went. I don't know if somebody roofied me or what, but I was a little extra animated today. And also, I guess maybe I was in such a good mood because of, where is it? Wait for it. Because of this. I thought this was just absolutely adorable. Isn't that sweet? I love it. Um it's so French. It's just so me. But yeah. Let me see. What does that say? Le café un oh gosh, I can't see it. Oh wait, I can see it here. Yeah, le café let me see. On lundi irrésistible. Yes, irrésistible. Le café, le on dit irrésistible. So that means it's an irresistible cafe. Gorgeous. And you know what else I love? I love the way that the inside of the cup is blue. Did you guys notice that detail? Isn't that nice? Oh, I was so surprised. Um, I was just like, oh, and it was packed very well, so it made it. And anyway, gorgeous. Love, love, love it. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, moderators, for keeping this a safe space. Oh, it's Monday? Yeah. I knew that. I knew that. No, actually, I didn't. So I didn't know that. Well, thank you, Noreen. Oh, I love that. So it's the Monday Cafe. Ah, that is so cool. And I don't know why Monday just seems like the color blue, but it does. It just seems like Monday should be blue. So that's perfect. Let me see here. Baron, it's Friday night and I'm not going anywhere. Can we please have a half hour after show, please? I think we've already had a half hour after show. But nah, I don't think so. I mean, it's going on 3 hours. It's going on 3 hours. So yeah, I probably should a Leatherface, huh? um oh, the Charles voice. Oh, okay. Oh God, Camilla, someone's gifted him le irresistible mug. Oh God, well, Camilla, I wonder if the coffee's organic. Oh, it's almost like the coffee here in High Grove. Oh! Wait! Don't touch the doorknob, but please. Harry was so good. It would, if you guys don't have the audio version, please get it. Please get it. You want to hear Harry in his own voice. It is surprisingly pleasing through and through. It's nothing stuffy or it's Harry. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. The reason why I say it's surprising is because he almost goes into character. Now, I'm not going to tell you when it happens, but Harry does an American accent. And when he does it, you're not even going to believe it's him. Okay? Harry actually can do an American accent. Harry doesn't do imitations or anything like that, at least not publicly. But I think I think that if Harry made an appearance on Saturday Night Live, he would be such a natural. Now, he is far too dignified to make an appearance like that, but if he did, I'm telling you, the ratings would be astronomical. And of course, the haters are going to hate, and they're going to try to tear it down, and they're going to call him names and stuff like that. I don't care. I would definitely make time to see that because he's absolutely brilliant. His talent is almost without effort. That's Harry is just so talented and so capable. It makes me very proud, and it makes me glad to be in a position where I could stand up for him and for his family. It really does. It reaffirms the commitment. So, but yeah, a work in progress, as evident from what he said in the book, but spectacular in so many ways. All right, so thank you very much, everybody. Also, thank you to uh, two very dynamic women, one very publicly and one very quietly in sunny California, and yet this is what was the result of their labor was the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and the world is a much better place because of it. Okay, let me see here. Susie Q says, I love the audio better because I can listen while working with my Bluetooth in my ear. Well, Susie Q, I love it too, but I told you I missed the off ramp because I don't forget what part of the book it was, but I literally missed the off ramp. I was on my way to another state, and I'm like, wait a minute, where am I? So I definitely well, you know what? Since I've gone through it already, I could probably listen and drive. But that first time around, God, that was scary. I want to know when Charles and William started calling Prince Harry Harold. Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? When did they start calling him Harold? And why do they call him Harold? Um, I think it has something to do with history, but that is awfully strange that Henry, Harry, Harold. I don't know where the Harold comes from. Let me see here. Oh, Marilyn King, thank you so much. Oh, by all watching live to lead again. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, live to lead, not live to lead, live to lead. Okay, thank you so much for being here, Marilyn King, and thank you for watching Royal Sussex. What do we have here? Noreen says, Baron, it is 2 a.m. You're in Paris? How come I don't live in Paris? I want to be there. I want to be in Paris. You're so blessed. You literally wake up in Paris every day? Oh, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous. You wake up to fresh croissants and baguettes and all of that other good stuff. Oh my gosh. What a blessing. What a blessing. That is just, I mean, I know I go on and on about Robert Collins being in Rome, but Noreen, you're in Paris? One of the most beautiful places ever. I can't even explain why I love Paris so much. It is just, it's like a postcard has come to life. And there I am amongst the spirits of Josephine Baker and Pierre Latrac and all them people. And it's gorgeous. You know, I'm a huge fan of Emily in Paris. Not so much because of the characters that are moving about the screen, it's the character in the background, Paris.
that is so fascinating. So, wow, what a blessing. Oh well. Anyway, what was we talking about before I thought about parents? Oh man, that is so nice. Wow. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, we got to wait for the next book. The book was just great, and there's like I really need to go back and either read it or listen to it again because it and yes, some of the details were a bit, all that, but I was glad for it because it humanized and endeared Harry to the reader. I think that the intention was to strip back the layers of the aristocracy, the layers of royalty, to get to a very typical teenage boy growing into adulthood and taking on a leadership role. That's what I get from it. So if you have to, um, you know, talk about a what do you call it, a frostbite Todger to get there, I think it was deliberate. I don't have a problem with it. I think it was deliberate, and like I said, it humanized them. Um, a lot of things that I would have scandalized me in the past, and I'm just like, it was so relevant and so timely, and it's part of his story, and it also strips away any possibility of being used as blackmail in the future. So if someone does produce a photo or this or that or whatever, even Oprah Winfrey years ago admitted to substance abuse from her youth. And if you guys, as much as I have been an Anglophile, I have been an Oprahphile. And I recall when someone was writing a book that was going to talk about Oprah using certain substances. And before the book hit the shelves, Oprah, uh, you know, studying the art of war, perhaps, decided to get ahead of it. And so she had a guest on her show. And at that point, she made this very tearful confession. And she admitted to using certain substances. And she cried and sobbed. And I thought to myself, you know what? This is such a bunch of BS, but it's probably true. But the reason why I thought it was a bunch of BS was because it wasn't that I doubted that it was true, but I was just kind of shaking my head. And I'm like, Oprah, you done outsmarted them again. While she was acting as though it was like this spontaneous confession, the truth is, Oprah was destroying the sales of that book because suddenly everything that could have been used against her was completely stripped away. Okay? Do you guys remember that? And then also, the other thing that was achieved with that book was when, actually, that was taken away from the publishing of the book, was that Oprah actually sold more books than anyone I could think of besides an actual bookstore. Oprah had her book club. At first, Oprah was going to write her own biography, but she said, no, 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 it's too soon. I don't want to publish it. So the publishing company was furious. But Oprah decided to make a counter offer. So it started off with Cooking with Rosie, one of the best selling cookbooks ever. And then it followed up with Oprah's book club. And so the publishing industry had never had it so good until Oprah, number one, she blocked the book about her, you know, party pass. Number two, she stopped her own biography, which would have, sold and also blocked that other book. And then she set the publishing world ablaze, or should I say, uplifted the publishing world by having a book club, which sold a lot of books. So, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I think that was a stroke of genius. So, if anybody says that Oprah is, not all that, I beg to differ. She's very, very shrewd and very intelligent, and she likes to win. So let's see. Ruby K says, "Hi, Baron. I have been listening. Just want to stop misconception that Earl Spencer offered no help to Princess Diana. He, in fact, offered her several properties to live in, including Warmleighton. Oh, I never heard that before. Okay. All right. I'll accept that. Um, all right. Thank you for that. Appreciate your comment. And let me see here. Let me see. Wasn't it an ancestor that was called Harold that was exiled and later returned to burn everything down, according to Harry in the Spare? I heard it was something like that that had to do with Scotland, wasn't it? Um, and that's where they got it from, was from Scottish history, or it may have been English history. But yeah, there was a reference to that in the book. But again, I don't know what that had to do with Harry, because at the time he was still the very dutiful and yet very useful Spare. So why would that suddenly start, except for um, you know, I don't know. But it at the time, I don't think it had anything to do with Megan. Let me see here. And that Charles would participate in it. That's also very confusing. Let me see. Ruby K says Earl Spencer won 3 separate legal battles to counter this lie that's been going on for over 2 decades. Really? Okay. Now, the only thing I can say about that, Ruby K, and I appreciate you bringing some clarity to this, um, is that I myself have actually seen an interview with Earl Spencer where Charles Spencer, the Earl Spencer, said that Diana appealed to him to come back to Althorpe, and he refused because he didn't want all of that stuff around the estate, that it would be too disruptive. I heard that from his mouth, and I don't think that I am confused about it over time. I believe the very spirit of it was no, he refused. So if there was something before that, and perhaps Diana refused, or maybe she turned down other properties or whatever, I don't know. But that's just the way I recall it. But um, you know, again, thank you so much for that. Let me see. Elaine Parker says, Ruby K, that's not what Diana said. Diana said that her brother refused her shelter on the family estate. Now, Elaine Parker, I didn't hear that from Diana's words. I heard that from the Earl Spencer. The Earl Spencer, the same one who said that you can draw a line from the day I introduced my sister to Martin Bashir and the day that she died. He said that from his mouth, nobody else's. And so that is one, and I'm going to say 2 times that I am fully aware of, where I've heard him say from his mouth that there was something that he has either said or done that has been detrimental to Princess Diana. That is the way I remember it. I don't know of the other situations. Let me see. Miss Max says, "Wow, your memory and ability to recall these stories is amazing. I'm in my mid 50s as well, and I can barely remember last month." Miss Mac, I thank you for that. By the way, I am a huge history buff. Okay, and stories that I have particular interests, I can recall with a lot of clearness and precise information, especially if I find it interesting. And with Oprah Winfrey, I've been watching Oprah since 1984. January the 1st, 1984, Oprah appeared on State Street in Chicago at a New Year's Day parade wearing a garish fur coat and cowboy boots. And that is where she announced to the people of Chicago that I am taking over a local talk show called AM Chicago. And then within a few years, it became the nationally syndicated Oprah Winfrey Show. And within that marketplace in Chicago, she came on at 9 a.m., the same time as Phil Donahue. And increasingly, people started switching away from Phil Donahue and over to Oprah. And also around the same time, that's when she was seen on local television in Chicago by Quincy Jones, who alerted Steven Spielberg, "I think we found our Oprah." And so that is part of that story. And then, of course, it was, what's his name? Roger Ebert, who was out on a date with Oprah, even though Oprah didn't realize it was a date. But when he later married a heavyset black woman, I think she got the message. Um, Roger Ebert said, "I'm going to syndicate my movie review show. Um, I think you should consider syndicating the Oprah Winfrey Show." Actually, I think it was, yeah, first it became Oprah, then it was nationally syndicated. So I know a lot about the Oprah story, not everything, but a lot. And I do remember those details. And, I've had my issues with Oprah over the years, but I have a great deal of respect for her, and I love her a lot. And I'm always proud to see someone that looks like Oprah inhabit and even champion the spaces that she's in, because she's one of those people that was told that you don't have the right look for television. And then she became a talk show queen. So, yep, that is the bits and pieces that I know about Miss Oprah Winfrey. Okay, so by the way, thank you for that again. Georox, that probably was using it as a put down, but what are missing is Harold returned to burn down everything after being exiled. Harry was pushed out, and they are messing with him to see a burn. Huh. Okay. Thank you, Mad World. And what else do we have here? Sherry Ware says, "Oh, that's for Black Queen." Okay, I'll move on. And then there's a super chat. "Happy Friday, Barons, squaddies, and moderators. Enjoying your show. Keep up the good work." Thank you so much, FK24. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. All right. Any book Oprah endorsed sold out. One book, A Million Little Pieces. Oh my God, Marsha, I remember that. She endorsed, sold out. She found out that the author lied in saying the book was his true story. Oprah was pissed, and he apologized on her show. Yes, I remember that. There were quite a few inconsistencies in the book. And well, the book, I think, made him and the publishers a lot of money, but it was a very embarrassing situation. And Oprah handled it with grace. And, and I'm going to give it to him for appearing on her show to admit that he lied. And yeah, Oprah was, oh man, that when Oprah ended her show, that left a hole in my world. It did, because much like I go on and on about 60 Minutes being some of the best television, every Oprah Winfrey show seemed like an event. It really did. And some of them, if it wasn't Oprah with a particular topic, I don't think I'd bother. But because Oprah and that production crew, Oprah had the best team of producers in the business. As a matter of fact, if you could have survived on the Oprah Winfrey set, you could go other places and name your price, because the show was so polished and so well put together that every talk show since Oprah owed a lot to that 25 years that she was on television. So, yeah, you got to give it to her. I mean, for a producer, it was like the Harvard law school for television producers. That's the equivalent. It was like going to Harvard. Whatever they learned in school, that was just for starters. But the Oprah studios, that was the real education. Let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry. I did that one already. Ruby K says, oh, that's not for me. All right. And Lydia says, I don't recall Earl Spencer with her sons after her passing. As a male figure, even in the book, he mentioned the aunt more, or aunts. Yes, absolutely, because Earl Spencer said that he was going to be very proactive in the way the boys were raised or something like that. Oh, he talked more, you know what, than a little bit. I can't say the S word, but he talked more crap than a little bit at that funeral. And I tell you, like everybody else, I was taken in by it. I was like, I like him, only to find out what a complete horses, you know what he was, horses behind. So, yeah. And then I didn't like him so much. Let me see. Well, Sonia Johnson seems to think that story does not hold water. It's not the way I remember it. I can just say that there were those two occasions that I heard from the Earl Spencer's mouth that he had fallen short when it came to his sister. Let me see here. Mad World says, Baron, I think they was picking on Harry. Maybe Charles and William was focusing on the exile part, trying to be funny. But if they keep pushing him, he just might return to burn it all down. Well, figuratively speaking, of course, yes. I think Harry has laid down the gauntlet, so to speak. And this is their opportunity to broker some type of peace. And if they don't, because this is the thing, Harry's back has been against the wall for several years, and I could only suppose that the attempt was to get him separated or even divorced from his wife, or even before that, to choose another life. Um, and whatever the case may have been or continues to be, it didn't work out the way they expected. And I can only say that's because of the character of Megan, that it just wasn't going to go the way they expected. And so, plan B is to try to destroy them from afar using the tabloid media. And the tabloid has been relentless. Harry has no choice but to fight his corner, because they are never going to go away. This is never going to stop. There is always going to be the snarkiness, the rudeness, the lies, intimidation,
all of that is going to be a constant. And so the only way that you can deal with that is to tell your truth. And that's what Harry's doing, is telling his truth. But they have given no indication that they're ever going to let up. That's the tabloid media. They're never going to let up. There's too much money to be made and too much interest to just walk away from them. Plus, the only way that they can stop this is to lock themselves away from the world. And over time, yeah, that'll work. But that's not possible. That's not feasible. It's not logical. And they're just not those people. They're not going to lock themselves away. They're not going to imprison themselves behind walls to suit the British tabloid press or Harry's family. It's just not going to happen. And so there's no other choice but to fight your corner. Let me see. Kidda says, but there's another ancestor in history. A king conqueror William killed a king Harold in Sussex. Have to search in the history, but if that's accurate, then it makes sense William would call Harry Harold. Oh, that's kind of twisted, isn't it? Let me see. William the Conqueror. William the Conqueror. I'm checking. The story of William the Conqueror. Okay, I'm going to do a wiki check. Okay, William the Conqueror, also known as William Longsword or whatever, Conqueror. Okay, William the... Oh, sometimes known as William the B word, and I don't mean as in dog B word, but I guess his parents were not wed at the time, B word. Wow, that's deep. Let me see. Oh yeah, it says right here, William invaded England, leading an army of Normans to victory over the Anglo-Saxon forces of Harold Godwinson at the Battle of Hastings, and suppressing the subsequent English revolt in what's been known as the Norman Conquest. So, all right. So there is a Harold that was conquered by a William. William invaded England, leading an army of Normans to victory over Harold. So was Harold a king? Oh yeah, Harold was a king. Harold Godwinson, from the let me see, King of England, King of the English, back in 1066. That's when they had his coronation. So he was born 1022 and he died 1066, age 44. Wow, thank you so much for that history. Near the Senlac Hill, Sussex, England. All right. Well, there you go. So maybe that's where it comes from. Interesting. All right. Rather alarming, but interesting. Let me see. Sister says, hi, Baron and Squatties. I stay up late at night thinking of Prince Harry and possibly Princess Meghan being put in the tower with the crown jewels. Then Charles or Willie mistreating the Sussex children. You know, any history buff that knows the history of the Tower of London, I understand why you have that dream. And of course, a sovereign could never, a sovereign has complete immunity for whatever deeds or misdeeds they have committed.
Let me see. Looked up. Wow, maybe this is significance of the name Harold, who was killed by William the Conqueror. I'll let Baron. Oh yeah, I just found it. By the way, yep, yeah. Well, you know that. Uh, let's see. Oprah was doing refreshing, and now she's the gold standard of talk shows. Yeah, and because of social media, there'll never be another time like that on television. A time the conditions that made an Oprah Winfrey show possible no longer exists. Now everything is you just don't get those kind of ratings anymore because so many people stream things rather than having to be in front of that television at 9 a.m. in the morning or whatever time. Uh, Oh yeah, thank you. Let me see here. Earl Spencer is a pig. I don't think he had any say in anything to do with the boys. He also failed Diana when she went to him for help. Hey, yep, very true, Miss S. Okay. Let me see. They harassed Harry his whole life before Meghan. It's like he wasn't the sacrifice. He was the sacrifice. So the media hid what the Unroyals were doing. Harry really had no choice to leave when Meghan did. Yeah, there was nothing there for him. And over time, the more time that he puts between himself and that life that he was born into, the easier it becomes. And I'm pretty sure that it wasn't lost on him, as he said, that they went after his military record and career to try to hurt him as much as they possibly could. They literally lied, and he called them out as liars. William has to realize that he is just a prince of pegging and not the king, and won't be one for a long time. He is not a soldier, just a mealy mouth punk. I haven't heard that term in a while, a mealy mouth. Let me see here. Ruby K. Oh, no. Oh, okay, that's not from. Well, he uses his sisters for revenue and fame. To this day, everyone used Princess Diana. Oh, okay. He used his sister. Well, I mean, the Althorpe estate, the Spencer family. I remember at the time of the marriage, they said they were like one of the wealthiest families, and of course, there is the connection between the George Washington's family and the Spencers. So they go way back. I mean, they are literally a part of American history, and of course they are a very big part of English history. So I won't deny that part of it, but the Earl Spencer, he seems a bit how do I put this, he seems like a person who's into the whole pomp and pageantry and hasn't really embraced the modern world. He appears to me as one of those aristocrats that walk the hallways of his family manor house looking at those portraits, seeing himself as a custodian and a steward to the history of the family, and he doesn't have much connection to the modern world outside, but just whatever it takes to keep the estate and the family history intact. And and I'm not going to fault him for that. That's his role. That's what he does. However, when it came to his sister, I think that um, he came up short. He did not really read the room. He didn't really take good care of her. And so the idea that you couldn't help your sister, but you're going to help your nephews is pretty ridiculous. I think for a while, Charles Spencer was living in South Africa, and, um, you know, he had a life there before he didn't he work in television? Wasn't he a reporter or something like that? So yeah, I mean, I don't know that guy. I don't I don't blame him for being who he is because much like Charles Windsor, Charles Mountbatten-Windsor, he grew up in a world where he was so whole and completely out of touch that he's pretty useless to anybody that is not an estate ledger. So, yeah, I mean, he's a product of that world, not really fit for purpose in the modern day, but a product of that world. So I'll just leave it at that. Um, his sister needed his help. I don't think he was there for her. And she died tragically, not only because she wasn't able to find shelter in her place of birth, in her ancestral, you know, family land, but also that she did that interview with somebody that he introduced her to because he's so brilliant. You know, he after all, he's the future Earl Spencer, right? So he had to be. Well, actually, he was the Earl Spencer at the time, right? Didn't his father die before? Yeah, so he became the Earl Spencer. Well, anyway, he was the very brilliant, intrepid Earl Spencer, the all-knowing, all-seeing, well-educated Earl Spencer, who introduced a little punk and a thug to his sister to coerce her into an interview using some pretty, you know, unsavory means. An interview she would have gave anyway, but the point is, he was a part of a lot of things that went wrong for her. First, by not helping, giving her help when she reached out to him, and secondly, by introducing her to Martin Bashir, and then going on television and say, you can draw a direct line between the introduction of Martin Bashir and the day she died in that tunnel in Paris. Okay, stupid. Well, who introduced her to Martin Bashir? And when he said that, I'm just like, you know, we can hear you, right? Stupid. You do know, you do know that we can hear you. I just heard that come out of your mouth. I was like, is this guy on something? Did he just smoke something before he did he really just I guess he did. Damn. Well, he said it. Let me see here. William the Conqueror died by being thrown off of a helicopter. Oh, a horse. A horse. Okay, he wasn't thrown from a helicopter shimmying down a rope into the windows of a cottage, but because he was thrown from a horse. Okay. Were there any witnesses? Did anybody get a good look at the horse? Whatever became of the horse? Okay. Charles Spencer did a show on PBS looking for a town that was over 1,000 years ago. Let me see. They found some artifacts. Althorpe required repairs, which has been done. They allow paying customers to tour Althorpe. Yeah, I would like to actually tour Althorpe myself. I know they don't allow you to get to Princess Diana's grave, but I would actually be more interested in seeing the house and, of course, the family church where they have all the ancestors buried. It'd be interesting to go there. Plus, if you can get to Althorpe, you can, you know, get close to the grave. Let me see. Just a buffoon? Yeah, I'm afraid so. Okay. Oh, Rochelle, you going to bed? Good night, Rochelle. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, wait, there we go. I wouldn't invite him to my wedding if I was Prince Harry. Wasn't he helping William against Prince Harry about Duchess Meghan? I think he said some stuff. I think so. I think so. But I know he's been licking the Queen's boots for a while, and then after she died, he kind of dropped off the radar. She is a Rottweiler and will always be the third party in Princess Diana's marriage. Yep. How much is that consort in the window? The one with the scraggly tail? Or is it raggedy tail? The one with the raggedy tail. How much is that dog in the window? The one that comes straight from hell. Okay. Oh, man. Well, Sonia Johnson, we're still here. So I guess you got your wish, but let me see here. I know with Prince Philip, who came from Germany, though Harry came from both, was it English parents? If strictly speaking, William is now is German too. Well, apparently, because of Princess Diana, there's finally going to be a king that has more English blood than not. Because, yes, since the time of the Hanoverians, it's been one German after the other. But now that, you know, um, now that there's that Spencer blood, there is more English than German. So that's one of the things that people were excited about with the marriage of Princess Diana is that she was, for lack of a better word, the English rose. So that is one of the problems that solved for people. Because other than that, you had those Hanoverians, then you had those Saxe Coburg, Gotha people, and now you finally have, some real English there. Um, yeah, and the reason why they had to reach over to Germany is because if it wasn't somebody with an unsanctioned marriage, then it was someone who was Catholic or converted to Catholicism, or their wife was Catholic. So eventually they had to reach over to Germany to find a Protestant to put on the throne. So that's how that happened. The Stuarts died out, the Hanoverians, or you know, the Hanover family came to the throne, and then from there you get that Saxe Coburg, uh, Gotha, yeah, Gotha, Gotha, Gothi, yeah, that's where they come from. Let me see. The Duchess of Devonshire was an ancestor of Diana. They did her wrong too. Oh, that's the one who just died some years ago, right? Not that long ago, actually. I kind of liked her. I watched her do she was interviewed in front of an audience. I guess it was like a little talking tour or something like that she did in New York. And very interesting. Um, Now she became Duchess because Kit Kennedy's husband died in a plane crash, and then she too later died in a plane crash. And so Kit Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's favorite sister, would have been the Duchess of Devonshire, but because the heir to the dukedom had died, then what was her real name again?
Uh, she wasn't Deborah, was she? I think her name was Deborah. She became the Duchess because she married the younger brother. So, yeah, there's the what was the name of the sisters? I forget the name of the sisters, but the Duchess of Devonshire, she was one of them. Very interesting story. And of course, people make the comparison. They were the Kardashians of the day or the sibling Nazi sisters of the day. I know one of the sisters married a Nazi. Let me see here. Yes, Kathleen Kennedy. That was her name. But yeah, the one that was the one that ended up becoming the Duchess of Devonshire. What was her name? I think it was Deborah, right? What was the name of the sisters? Mitford. That's it. The Mitford sisters. Baron, you're talking about Deborah Mitford. I'm telling you guys, my memory is really kicking in today. Yes, the Duchess of Devonshire. And you know, I saw them. She was buried in a plain wicker coffin, like a wicker coffin. I hadn't seen one of those in ages, but I remember when they carried her out of the house, she was in a wicker coffin. But yeah, she had quite an interesting life. And that's the Chatsworth, right? She married into the Devonshire family, so she was the lady of the Chatsworth house, or is it Chatsworth? I've always wanted to see that place. Who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll get over there. Let me see. Mitford was portrayed splendidly in. Really, I didn't know that that was in that series. Now I want to watch it because I'd like to see that actually. Huh? How about that? So, a great friend of Charles and Camilla. Well, nobody's perfect, are they? Let me see here. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Interesting today. I have to say that it's been interesting. Let me see. Earl Spencer, aristocratic establishment. He won't rock the boat unnecessarily. He's in the royal circle in the family now. Yeah. Well, like I say, I don't blame him for being the person that he was born to be. He is who he is. If it wasn't him, it'd be someone else. And and that's just the way it is. That's the life he was born into. Um, but he's not in a position to set the British press against a sibling or a son. And if he was that kind of person, then I would dog him out too. But I'm not, I don't have any anger or resentment for him. Just I know that that's the life he was born into, and all he cares about are the portraits on the wall and the buildings on the estate and all that kind of stuff. That's his purpose. Um, for every brick in the house, there's a little less humanity in his soul. He doesn't have much humanity. He's like part of a much bigger machine. Let me see. Althorpe Castle was falling apart until the Spencer brother from hell displayed Princess Diana's resting place and where she grew up for money. Well, and they had actually opened a tomb in the church that the family used, was, the church where they have a lot of the Spencers. They had actually opened up the floor, and I saw a video where they said that Diana was actually
going to be buried in the floor of that church. I mean, not very dignified, I think, for the most famous spinster in history to be buried in the floor of the church. And then, of course, that would have brought a lot of traffic into that little parish church. So they decided that it made more sense to use that little island where you don't have to have like around the clock and protection and stuff like that. Um, I'm sure they have surveillance and stuff like that, but it just made sense. I think it was a good choice. Because having Diana at some little church like that, I think the security, because I don't know if the church is on the, within the gates of the family estate or just, part of the estate. Like, I don't know if the public actually uses that church, but it's not very big. It's not like a cathedral. It's just a church, a very ancient church, but it's just a church. So, um, I think after the fact that they actually thought twice about the burial at the church. Yeah, they had to reconsider. QE2 was Earl Spencer's godmother. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, I know that his father was very close to the Queen. And I remember they said his father had a stroke, and that when he walked Princess Diana down the aisle of St. Paul's, that people were wondering if he was going to be able to make it because, his stride was not, good, but he did somehow make it. Let me see, George Washington's family. Yeah, there's a wooden trunk with a symbol. Yeah, I saw that too, Pam Porter. Yeah, and the Washington family crest is with the red and white stripes is the same thing that inspired the flag for Washington D.C. and also the flag for the United States with the red and white stripes that came from the Washington family crest. And I think over in the UK that Washington was spelled differently. I think it was spelled with a Y instead of an I. I think it was like what was it? It was WSSYNTON, something like that. I think it was a different spelling. Same family, different spelling. And they were tenants. They were tenants and friends of the Spencers. They weren't very well off. They were actually tenants. Oh yeah, they made a movie about her, the Duchess, right? I tell you what, you guys are really testing my knowledge today. I'm not sure how I'm doing, but you guys are testing my knowledge. Oh, really? Okay. Wow, that's amazing. Good for you. Uh Okay, some locals reckon that Diana was moved to the church after she was buried on the island. Her dad had just recovered from a stroke. Huh. Okay, so her father was still alive at the time, huh? Well, Janine Bell, that is going to be a bit of a mystery. I don't think anybody knows for certain. I know that they opened up the floor of the church, right? That is something that I believe. Now, did they leave it open
and move her to the church, or did they close it and, after the burial at the island? Now, Harry said in his words that he saw her lowered into the ground, and I would just find it hard to believe that that would have happened, without the either one of them being aware of it. So I'm gonna go with the island, and I know that it could be a possibility, but it just wouldn't make sense to go through the trouble of having the ground opened up and then lowering the coffin into the ground and all of that stuff. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. Oh, thank you, Phyllis Brooks. Okay. So yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. I could believe that they opened up the floor and then decided after the fact that it was probably a bad idea. Di was alive when her dad died. There was a famous picture of Di and her sisters in a limo after his funeral. Okay. Okay. I thought she was still alive. I thought he died first. Okay. Okay, article yesterday. She was supposedly about the necklace items. Just hoping that Harry and Meghan have nothing to do with this woman. About Are you talking about the Kardashian girl buying that necklace? Because it really didn't belong to Diana in the first place. She borrowed it on occasion, but it wasn't hers. Let me see. Elaine Parker, Baron. I know her father passed away while Diana was married to Charles. They were on holiday at the time. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, okay. All right. Let me see here. Okay, that's not for me. Oh, TMZ worked for the Kardashians. They put up their stories for them. Okay. In exchange for what, I wonder? Okay. Father was already dead and Diana is still buried on the island. Well, that's what I believe. I think that the I think it would almost be like a reflex. Okay, we're gonna have to do something at the church. And then after the fact, okay, yep, you know what? That's probably a bad idea. The island would be more secure and so on and so forth. The island. So, but if you open up the floor of the church and people in town know that that happened, of course they would assume that that's the way things ended up. And let's face it, Diana being about what, 6'1", Diana was very tall, and I would imagine that in an ancient church like that, there wouldn't be a lot of room for a leaded coffin. Um, you know, it may not it may have really come down to there's really not enough room. You'd have to probably shift some things around, perhaps. Plus, there's a lot of Spencers buried there. I mean, going back hundreds of years. Let me see. TMZ work with the Kardashians. They seek attention to stay in the know. They leave a lot of dead bodies behind and destroy reputations. The Kardashians or TMZ? uh, and that the island is a ruse. I don't know. It was her wish to be buried next to her father. Well, you know what? If that's what she wanted, and given the way her brother conducts himself,
then chances are, if she wanted to be next to her father, then he probably put her on the island. If she wanted the island, then she would probably be there next to her father. So, um, yeah, I'm going to stick with the island because the island for me equates security, and also in the future, um, you know, I don't, you know, she may be the only one buried at the island. When you think about it, she may be the only one buried there. Hard to say. Let me see. Me too, Elaine. Me too. The alternative is just a little too gruesome to consider. To me it just makes sense that initially they opened the church, and then the idea of security kicked in, and they thought, you know what, for the sake of, because just think about it, that there is that unmarked grave at the church. They definitely did not put a name. I just saw like a tour of that on uh, a YouTube video, and I think the video uh, makes that assumption that she was buried at the church. But again, to have the family stand around and watch a coffin lowered into the ground, an empty coffin, you've created a bridge, you've dug a hole, all of that just so that you could throw someone off the trail. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It just seems more logical that they would use the island, and obviously whoever worked to do that knows for sure. And if not, then there would be people out there with the knowledge that, oh no, she's here at the church, and I just think that would be a security issue. So I'm going to stick with the island. Mm. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, it keeps her relevant, but I like to be more positive about it, and I just, the idea that a younger generation will Google Princess Diana wearing the cross and maybe learn some more about Diana's, because, as you know, the tabloids and stuff, they have painted Diana in such a bad light, and I hate that. So hopefully some good will come out of this where Diana's memory is concerned. Let me see. I met the Earl Spencer. I told him my day at Althorpe would be spent better if Princess Diana was still with us. Baron, it is alleged Diana is buried at the church. An employee accidentally let it out. Well, um, accidentally on purpose or accidentally? Well, I mean, it's not impossible, but I'm going to just go with the island. I'm going to stick with my island theory. Let me see here. Black Queen. Oh, that's for Black Queen. Okay. All right, you guys. It's been 4 hours. I am going to take off. I'm amazed that there are still almost well, uh, there's 1,143 people here. But thank you so much. And thank you all for spending a Friday night here on Royal Sussex. And let me see. Let me see. You have to get permission to exhume a body, and the island keeps the tabloids away. Yeah. Well, I mean, The future king and his brother have gone to that island to pay respects to Diana. And if the Earl Spencer had any parts in deceiving Harry and William, then I guess he's comfortable with doing that. But I mean, let's try to be logical about this. Then why go through all that trouble to do that if everybody is going to find out by people who know better that it's not actually the island? I mean, if it wasn't the island, then there's like too many people that have been speculating about this, which means that it's not really a secret anymore. So I tell you what, if somebody ever goes and starts tearing up that church, um, then we'll know better. But I hope it doesn't come to that. So I don't know. I'm going to stick with the island. I'm going to stick with the island. Let me see. Diana was supposed to be buried at the nearby Great Brighton Church near her father and other family members. However, due to security reasons, she was buried on the island. Well, Mimi, I mean, I literally saw the spot in the floor that they opened up. Well, at least I saw it on video. Then they said that they closed it because they were concerned about security. And I would think that if there were other people, and mind you, when I say they opened up the floor, there is merely a slab of stone between you and the coffins beneath the floor. So anyone with a pickaxe could go in there and wreak havoc if there was any notion that she was buried just beneath that little slab of stone. So I just don't think that they would risk that, knowing that anybody could say, "Oh, you know what? I was there, and oh, she's not buried on that." Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be asking for trouble because people talk. Uh, oh, sure, Lydia. It's been interesting for me. Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Sherry. Let's see. I'm sorry. I saw Kim's tweet. If you have the money, I guess it's okay to buy what you want, but I think flaunting it isn't right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a very conspicuous piece of jewelry. There's nothing conspicuous about that crucifix encrusted with, what is it, amethyst and diamonds. I mean, it is a rather large piece of jewelry. Um, I don't know. I know it's Kim Kardashian, but um, I like the idea that we're talking about Princess Diana. Yes, right, Maurice, that they visited the island. And so it also mentioned at one point that Harry and William visited the island, and it was one of the rare times that they actually embraced one another. And if there was some urban legend like that going around that she's not buried at the church, I think William would have gotten wind of it and probably have had a conversation with Charles Spencer. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. William would probably take the helicopter to Althorpe, shimmy down the rope, smash through one of those huge windows in the Great Hall, and run after Charles Spencer, to the likes of which Charles Spencer would probably try to give him a glass of water since he's frothing at the mouth. And William would have leapt across the floor like in a fluid motion,
like a wild beast, would have lunged after his uncle, knocking him down to the floor, smashing a doggy dish, which miraculously didn't really belong in the saloon, and of course, leave him with a bruised back and a bruised ego and a broken necklace that he wasn't wearing for some odd reason, but suddenly it's there. So I think I think if there was any truth to that, that William would have become incandescent with rage and would have went running to Althorpe to sort things out with the Earl Spencer. That's just my opinion, though. I don't think that that would have gone over too well. William would probably say, and all these years you allowed me to march over to that island under the assumption that my mother was buried there, only to find out that she's in a trench with a slab stone in that little rinky dinky church. You know what I mean? Just doesn't make a lot of sense. Uh, let's see. Yeah. Yeah. And then to actually put a grave marker, a headstone, you know, to even go through the trouble of doing that. But you know what, though? I am so surprised that there hasn't been like anybody trying to fly a drone over that place. And don't worry, I'm not giving anybody any ideas that they probably haven't thought of already, but I'm just really surprised by that. Let me see. Diana is buried where she said to be buried for the past 20 years. Seems odd. Huh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you have any respect for the crown or whatever, that you would allow um, the two boys to go to the wrong place and even invite Nelson Mandela to go to her grave. And it's actually at a nearby church, which seems strange, but I could probably see Charles Spencer doing that. I mean, he's a dodgy individual. I could kind of see him doing something like that. Let me see. Oh God, yeah. What if Kim K buys one of her gowns? Um, yeah, I mean it keeps her memory alive. It does. And yes, it is the Kardashians, but Diana's memory is so much greater. Laverne Lockhart, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. And also thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Let's see, the little engine that could. Oh, Black Queen, you have no idea what I have done for a living. Um, I've had some jobs, I'll tell you that. And it has been a test of my endurance. This is nothing like things I have done in the past. So yeah, this is so much easier than some of my past jobs. Work where I say to myself, I don't know how I survived that, but I did. Uh, no, but I don't I'm patient. I'll just say I'm very patient. Um yeah, I'll just say that I'm very patient. That someone named Trump would probably test my patience. But let me see. Diana is buried where she has been for the past 20 years. No one else. The notion that she is anywhere else is no. And Victoria says, I got a chance to visit Althorpe Estate and saw a man-made lake where the tall base urn is located. The late Princess Diana has no coffin because she was cremated after the funeral ceremony. I doubt that. That urn is kind of a Victorian thing. The urn is like ancient symbolism. So the urn, of course, is just decorative. If you go to any cemetery, like old cemetery with the big standing monuments and stuff, you're going to see urns, and it certainly is no indication that anyone was cremated. So no, they didn't do that. Diana's coffin weighed a ton because it was lined with lead, and they would not have gone through such hard work if it was going to end in a cremation. Most aristocrats are usually buried, well, especially royals, are buried in a very traditional lead lined coffin. Winston Churchill's coffin was lined with lead, and that would be a lot to go through if you're going to go through a cremation ceremony. So I'm going to say no to that one. I like Baron, but how can you take off someone that has stole people's ideas for their greed? I caught it, I got it, but I don't support them. I mean, who am I supporting though? I don't know who I'm supposedly supporting. Um, but I just, like I said, I'm very patient with people. And as you may have noticed from watching Royal Sussex, there are times when people have been quite burdensome, and I have been very placid and calm throughout, as I intend to be. And if support is saying, well, at least it keeps Diana's memory alive, if that is implied support, then I guess that's just the way you see it. But um, I, I hate to see art hidden away. I hate to see beautiful things in a drawer. And if somebody buying a piece or displaying a piece means that we're having a conversation about it or keeping someone's memory alive, I just don't know how that's a bad thing. Let me see. Many people loyal to Earl Spencer will say and do what the family wants. Some of the staff are generational servants, staff, gardeners. Their honor is tied to the estate and the Spencer family. Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point, and that would buy you a lot of loyalty. You can afford a great deal of loyalty from the staff because I remember, gosh, was it Downton Abbey, where the one tenant farmer, he kept saying how his family went back to the time of William the Conqueror, and our family has worked these lands and so on and so forth. So that is very true. A lot of tenant farmers and groundskeepers and all those people are so tied into those properties. Part of their identity is the family seat. So I will agree with that. That is very important, and it can buy you a great deal of loyalty. I heard the deranged say that they would go crazy if Kim buy Princess Diana's dresses. So let the deranged go after her. Maybe they would leave Duchess Meghan alone. Okay, let me see. I'm going to take Harry's word as fact that he knows where his mother is laid to rest, and I will not disrespect him that way. Hear, hear, Mad World, hear, hear. Princess Diana was the only princess of Wales, as far as I'm concerned. Queen of Hearts forever. Right, right. Oh, Wanda Valentine, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Okay. Syndrome will not survive in Montecito. Wealthy. Oh no, I was actually talking about the Althorpe estate. Yeah, I was speaking of the Althorpe estate. They have those urban explorers and adventurers that go to the estates, and usually the places are like abandoned or whatever. But like I said, I've seen satellite images, but I'm just surprised that no one has ever flown a drone over the Althorpe estate. And for that, I would even say too, not just the Althorpe, but what about Windsor Castle? What about any of those places? You never actually hear of things like that. So, but there is equipment that you can buy that would make that impossible by blocking the signal. So maybe that's why it never happens. But yeah, and of course, I guess the distance would be a matter too if you were not close enough. But yeah, I'm just surprised that has never happened. I mean, I could think of quite a few places where I would say, "Gosh, I'm surprised no one's ever flown a drone." Uh, but yeah, thank you for your comment. Let me see here. Let me see. Really? Well, while we're on this topic, let us recall that Abraham Lincoln's corpse was nearly stolen on 2 occasions. And finally, they decided to open up a deeper hole in the tomb. And that I think that Abraham Lincoln is actually buried maybe about 20 feet below grade in the tomb, because there were so many attempts to steal his body. And I believe around 1889 or somewhere thereabouts, they actually had opened up Lincoln's tomb for the last time. And I recall hearing a story about a kid that was in school, and his father actually sent for him to come to the cemetery. And when he went to the cemetery, they had actually opened up Lincoln's coffin, and he still seemed to be in a very well state of preservation, almost like he had only just died. But I think at that point he had been dead for 30, 40 years or whatever. And so they, sealed his coffin again. And then he went into a much deeper, grave than he was originally. And so there is a sarcophagus size granite marker inside of the tomb that, of course, is symbolic of his actual remains, which are buried several feet below grade. So that was probably the last time that anybody had ever tried to steal his corpse. And then, of course, there was Elvis Presley. He was buried at a mausoleum near his Graceland, and his mother, who had preceded him in death, was actually not buried in the mausoleum, but buried in the ground outside. And so at some point, somebody tried to steal his body. And so his father got special permission from the city of Memphis to move his remains to Graceland. And so over time, not only was he moved to Graceland, but then his mother and his grandmother were also moved to Graceland. So that's one of those interesting things that led to those situations. But yeah, they had actually tried to steal Lincoln's body and Abraham Lincoln's. Now, I'm going to tell you guys some history that I had only recently found out about that upset me, but I mean, not so much so because I don't know any of the people. But do you guys know that after the French Revolution, they went to Saint Denis and raided the graves? They literally tore open the tombs and robbed the graves at the Saint Denis, which, of course, is the burial place for the kings of France. They raided the place. During the anarchy and mayhem of the French Revolution, they tore open the graves. So um, some of the, you know, people were just thrown about. Their royal corpses were just tossed about. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. And I had learned a little French history, but I never knew about that. But that actually happened. Kind of disturbing. Even what was her name? Lady Portier, or the one that was the mistress of the king. They even raided her tomb. Let me see. Let's see. The Spencer family, good at dodging and weaving. That's why they maintained their estate for over 500 years intact. Plus the properties of Althorp, such as Spencer House in London. Do they still own the Spencer House? I just watched something about that. The Spencer House. Anastasia said, "Oh, that's not for me. Nope, that's not for me." But sure, she has all the rights. That's what I said. But I don't much like Kim Kardashian. Maybe the deranged is what she needs. Oh, you want the deranged to go after her? I've been on Barron's channel a little bit over a year, and I'm beginning to see why some of the Swatties can be a little disrespectful. Well, I mean, I have experienced some things. There's been a few people that I didn't even argue with. I just blocked them to protect my mental health. I was like, bye. Okay, tuning in late. I will have to watch the early part in replay. Oh, yeah. That was 4.5 hours ago. I can't believe we're still on here. Let me see. The church is beautiful inside, quote, spacious, deceptively. The estate has had a few break-ins. Well, one of the things that I learned about those manor houses is that they really do need those. You know how they have those shutters on the inside where they lay the 2x4 or whatever piece of wood across to bolt them. They need those because some of those country houses, people have literally backed up a truck and have thrown antiques and such in the back of a lorry, if you will, and just driven off with things. I mean, theft in those country houses are quite common. And, you always hear about people getting burglarized and robbed and such in Beverly Hills and, LA and all around those places. But, well, the manor houses are, spaced pretty far apart and everything like that. But they have seen their share of burglaries, and it could be pretty scary if people know what they're looking for. Okay. Let me see. Richard III is in a lead coffin under. Yes, they found him in that car park. How about that? With his head bashed in. And I think the blow to the head actually came from excavation and not actually war. With his what was it? He had the with his spine. He had the deformity of his spine. Oh man. But yeah, that was interesting the way they found him. Let me see here. Okay. I want to go read Spare Art. Going to keep us. Well, no, because I'm fixing to get off of here. That's what I'm fixing to do. I am fixing to get off of here. I done got kind of hungry now too. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner. Okay. What? Hello, everyone. We'll catch up. Okay. You didn't just get here, did you? Don't worry, Adrian. We just started actually about 5 hours ago. Oh, okay. Currently a Rothschild is leasing it. Yeah. Yeah, maintaining a townhouse and a country house is expensive. It is very, very expensive. So, yeah, I kind of didn't think that the Spencer family was actually occupying the house. Let me see. Black Queen. Oh, that's not for me. I said bye already. I am saying bye. Oh, Judy. Oh, okay. Good night, Judy. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Let me see here. Okay, so you guys out of steam? Are we good to go? Let me get my list. Let me get my list here. Okay. All right. The list. Okay, so thank you so much for your donations and memberships. Georgia Walker, Marcia Taylor, new membership. Lucy Highland, thank you for the donation. Legs, Panther, Sheila Clemens McKay, 4 months membership. Okay, thank you so much for that too. Katie V, Maureen Reed, official Lauren Brown, happy birthday. Kim Thurman, Truman rather, not Thurman, Truman. Lydia Washington, Black Queen, thank you. Ginger Lily, FK, thank you very much. Black Queen, Laverne Lockhart, Wanda Valentine, thank you all very much. And for the PayPal and Cash App people out there, thank you very much. And thank you all for watching Royal Sussex. Well, I want to go to Althorpe. I haven't been there, but I do want to go there. I've been to, okay, I'll tell you some of the places I went. I went to, obviously, Highclere, Downton Abbey, and I went to Castle Howard, Blenheim Palace, Windsor Castle, Holyrood Castle, and I'm almost afraid to say it, but I've been to Dumfries House. And I guess you could say it's a palace at sea, the Britannia. And also, what's that pavilion in Brighton? The that place. I went there. And I'm pretty sure I'm missing a few. Oh my goodness, I can't think. Surely there's been others. I know there has. I can't remember. Maybe that is it for the UK anyway. But I have been to Versailles and also the Schönbrunn in Vienna. And what else? Oh, you know what's so weird though? If you guys ever go to Vienna and you want to see where the Habsburgs are buried, it's at a place called the Kaiser Guff, which is like a little parish church, like a little small neighborhood church. It's not much of a church. And I remember when I was looking for it, I kept walking back and forth. And then I went inside and I saw this lady and I said, I want to see where the Archduke is buried. And she said, yes, this is it. I was like, what? She said, yes, this is. I'm like, nah, this cannot be it. I'm telling you, if you Google it and you see it for yourself, you'll say to yourself, this looks like a little neighborhood church. Well, when you go in, you have to go downstairs into the basement, and there's all these elaborate sarcophagus down there. And it's just like, it's hard to wrap your brain around the idea that something that looks like a little neighborhood church anywhere in America is where, 700 years or whatever it is of the Habsburgs are buried. I couldn't believe it. To travel like that, I would. Oh, I'm sorry. Mary H says, "Oh, Baron, I wish I had the courage to travel like that. What foods did you eat? Fish and chips? Sounds good." Well, Mary, this is the way I worked it out. I ate a lot of fast food, right? I ate a lot of street food. I would try to have one good meal in every town. But other than that, I was mostly interested in saving money. And one of the biggest expenses, aside from your plane ticket or your rail pass, is your lodging. And so I stayed at hostels and cheap hotels whenever possible, if I could find a bargain. And other than that, I ate McDonald's in just about every country, and I've had Starbucks in just about every country. And it was fun because I would see things on the menu that were not available back home. So I would use it as an opportunity. Like when I went to Japan, I went to McDonald's and I went to Starbucks. And I know some people kind of scoff at that, like, why in the world would you go all the way and not have this and not have that? Well, I may not be in the town, but for 3 days, right? I was in Rome for 3 days. And within 3 days, I tried to cram as much sightseeing as possible. Especially you have such a small window with the weather in some places. And so for that reason, I would rather just grab some food than sit around in a restaurant for 2 hours, because that's 2 hours I could have been here, there, and everywhere. So that made sense to me. That's the way I like to do it. It's affordable. It's interesting because they inevitably have a menu different from at home. And sometimes I just meet people and talk to people, something that you might not do at a finer restaurant. So that's why it made sense to me. Let me see. Did I have any food truck food? No, I don't think so. I don't think there were any. No, I take that back. I did in some places, and well, I know I did in Berlin. I went to some food trucks because I had those sausages, those currywursts. Let me see. Patty Duke, I love history. It was my first degree. Plus, when you're British, you get taught in school and further. I love Princess Diana. Ruby K, most of my history lessons have come from public television, from the PBS television, and other places, of course. But yeah, I really, really do love history. I like anything that tells a story. That's why I like art, because so often it tells a story. Hmm. I'd be more afraid to eat street food than McDonald's. Yeah, exactly. Because, the street food, there's a certain standard of hygiene. And then McDonald's is very famous for their standard of hygiene. And I think I would just take my chances, especially if I'm not familiar with the cuisine. I'd rather take my chances with a fast food than with some little hole in the wall. And that's also a factor, is that I consider what the quality of the food may be. And if I just want to play it safe, I'm going to McDonald's. And like sometimes, if they have like the continental breakfast, or if they have, the, oh God, where was I staying? I was staying at a, it wasn't a Four Season. I always mix up Four Season with, God, what is the other hotel? It's not a Four Season, it's a Hilton hotel. Oh man, Courtyard, whatever it is. But I think their symbol is a tree also. But anyway, Hampton Inn. It was, I'm sorry, it wasn't, it was a Hampton Inn. So I stayed in a Hampton Inn, and they had the most atrocious breakfast. Anytime you would rather have McDonald's than what they're serving downstairs at a hotel, the food just is bad. And some places, when they have the breakfast included, is horrible. And then sometimes you stay at a hostel and the breakfast is better than homemade. I've experienced that, especially in Lisbon. I stayed at that hostel in Lisbon, right there near the waterfront, and oh my God, they made a breakfast like you wouldn't believe. That it was made to order, and it was fantastic. It's like you couldn't wait to get up to eat breakfast good. Um, so that was amazing. And then, other than that, I still prefer, if they don't have a great breakfast, then rather than eating it because I paid for it, I just rather go to McDonald's. And there's times when I've done that, especially like if the hotel dining room is full and crowded and everything like that. I just as sooner go to the McDonald's. Hmm. I'll never forget though, when I was in Brixton, and I didn't know Brixton was supposed to be a bad neighborhood until after I left. I didn't think it was bad, but I when I told people that I stayed in Brixton, they were like, "You're in Brixton?" Well, part of the time I was there, I stayed in Brixton, and I had stayed at a friend's house. I sat down at the McDonald's, and next thing I know, I hear a tray slap down on the table in front of me, and I look up, and there's this woman who appears to have been of African descent with her children, and she slammed the tray down. She threw one child into the booth, threw the second child into the booth, and then she sat down. No hello, no good morning, no may I, just sat down and started eating. And as an American, I thought that was hilarious. I had never experienced that before. Usually people ask you, but she was just like, slam and scoot, scoot, plop. Oh man, that was so funny. Let me see. Please need to listen. Yes, yes, Faith. I'm out of here. I am so out of here. And plus, it's going on 5 hours. So we got to get going. It's Friday night and we got things to do. Let me see here. Yes, they went there for their first outing, which was super cool. They went to that what was it, a radio station? Oh, you like to see the architecture too. Yeah, the architecture, the art, the food. I mean, it's like it's a feast for the eyes and the taste and the smell. It's just it's all there. I take a lot of close-up images of the architecture because there's always like rich details that I just don't ever want to forget. Um, hmm. And of course, sometimes when I am places and and I meet people, it's like there's the tour and then there's my tour. And it was so funny when I was at Castle Howard. I met this couple and we, started talking about the house. And then they said, well, on the weekends we go, to this house and that house. And I asked them, I said, well, have you ever seen the wood house? What is that? The wood house, outhouse, whatever that place is. And that's the widest facade of any house in the world. And these people were English and they were from England and they visit country houses. How is it I know about this place and they had never heard of it? I thought that was so funny. And so they were like, no, we never heard of it. I'm like, seriously? So I opened up a picture of it on my phone and they were like, wow. And that's here in the UK. I'm like, yeah, yeah. Don't you know? But anyway, the house is not open to the public and it's been, going through renovation for years and they're still working on it. But anyway, the facade of the house is like over 350 feet wide. It's like it's massive. It's massive. And to walk from one end to the other, um, you would probably want to take a golf cart, but it's massive, and it's actually two houses, back to back. They didn't like the style of the original house; it was too Renaissance, and as they finished it, then the new fashion was the neoclassical. So then they built a new house next to the old house. What is the name of it? Woodhouse something. God, I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, interesting story about that place. And the family was pretty well off. And then at some point, they discovered mine, a coal mine on the property, and that made them even wealthier. So, um, okay, so nobody's going to look it up. All right, I'll do it myself. It is the Woodhouse something, but it's like the record. It holds the record for the wide, at least in Britain. It has the widest facade of any house. Okay, I'll look it up myself. Okay, Woodhouse. Um, I still can't see it. Wait, I can't remember the other name. Woodhouse. I know it's not Woodhouse Outhouse. Um, okay, I'll try it another way. Widest house in England. Okay. Okay, it's the Wentworth Woodhouse. That's it. Wentworth Woodhouse. It is the widest house in England. I mean, it looks like a bunch of like maybe 7, 8, 9 mansions all pushed together. It's a grade 1 listed country house in the village of Wentworth, and Wentworth Woodhouse in the metropolitan borough of Rotherham in South Yorkshire. Oh, it's a Yorkshire house. Oh, okay. 300 rooms. And let me see. The width of the house is, God, how wide is it? 250,000 square feet. Can that be right? Wow. Miss S, he will sleep well tonight. Are you kidding me? I'm not a lightweight. You know, I'll be up for hours. Oh man. Anyway, you got to see it for yourself. Really, Big Mama, you still here? Big Mama, how many flashlights you got up under there? Oh man. Big Mama, how many flashlights you got? Let me see here. Okay, you guys, let's say good night then. I think we're all done. Okay, yeah, we're all done. Let me see here. Yeah, Baron's got the gift and got to use it. Okay. All right, you guys, say goodnight, Gracie. I am going to Ginger Avenger. We've already had our last word of the day. Our last word is Le Café on Lundi Irresistible. That is our last word of the day. And I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm fixing to go and eat. Okay. No, you know, I tell you, I usually sleep 6 hours a night. 6 hours and I'm good. 4 hours, I'm going to be sleepy at some point during the day. But if I get 6 hours sleep, I'm pretty straight. And if I sleep 8 hours, I'm probably not feeling well. I'm probably under the weather. 8 hours is when I have a cold. Oh, you're welcome, Pam Porter. Thank you so much for being here. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's fun. You could see I'm in my element when I discuss history. But thank you so much. I'm glad you were here. Yes, AW, I'm so glad we had this time together. Just to have a laugh or sing a song. It seems like we get started, and before you know it, comes the time we have to. Where is Connie Balmer? Yes, it comes a time where we have to say, where's Connie Balmer? Did she bail on us? I mean, gosh, what time is it in Switzerland? Midnight? 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? I can't believe this. Connie Balmer didn't stay. Well, oh, you know what? That's so weird. As you were saying that, I was naturally tugging my ear. Just as I read that, I'm literally standing here pulling my ear just by chance. Okay. Really? Well, that's okay. That little stuffed chicken will never be president of the United States. He will never be president. He's dull, witless, rude, ignorant, and he will never be the president, the governor of Florida. He is never going to be president. All of that stuff that he pulls in Florida, it does not translate very well Plus, he's too suspicious looking. How come he can never seem to put his arms down to his side? Have you ever wondered that? His arms are always sticking out like he just swallowed an air hose. I can't trust anybody that wears white rubber go-go boots and can't put their arms down to their side. I just don't trust people. I just don't trust people like that. Now can you see why it's always fun to have me on a road trip? I mean, if you're driving across country, who would you rather have in the passenger seat? Ron DeSantis or me? I mean, Ron DeSantis he's not a lot of fun, but me, I am here for the long run. I'm going to have to have ramen for dinner. You must be tired. So quick to make. Yo, you know what? I told you guys that I love ramen, and I add some pot stickers and a few other little things to it. And the other things, shrimps. Always good when you add some shrimps to it. But I don't know. I guess ramen might be a good idea. It is kind of chilly. Yeah, I think you just figured that out for me. I think I'll have the ramen. Okay, sorted. It's all been sorted. All right. Check. Okay, yeah. I thought my mic was out for a second. Oh, yeah, Ron DeSantis. Oh, Cape Cod. Oh, man. Vegetables. I don't know what that is. What are vegetables? What is that? Is that stuff that comes out the ground? I don't want anything from out of the ground. I want carbohydrates, something unnatural and unhealthy for you. I don't want vegetables. Aren't shrimps vegetables? Okay, I'm just kidding. That's not a bad idea to add some vegetables. Okay. All right, guys, good night. I'm going to Ginger Adventure, and I will see you all tomorrow. All right, love you guys. Good night. Let me see. You just got here? You just got here? We're actually we just started. Yeah, we just started 5 hours ago, but we just started. We just started 5 hours ago. I mean, I could easily go another 5 hours. What do you guys say? Let me see. Yes. Okay. I'll add. Oh gosh, what could I add that would be healthy? I'll add some cube steak. I'm just kidding. Okay, you guys. But thank you, AW, and we'll see how it goes. Let me see. No, I'm okay. Like I say, you guys wouldn't believe some of the things that I have done for a living, but that's another story for another time. But yeah, okay. So let's say goodnight, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Q Ginger Avenger.